I would cordially invite our Pro-VC sir and Director ASFA to felicitate the speakers. To begin with, our keynote speaker, Dr. Manish Arora. I request again Pro-VC sir and Pooja ma'am for the felicitation of the speaker. To begin with, Dr. Manish Arora, our keynote speaker. A big round of applause, students, faculty, and professors. Next, I would like Pooja ma'am to felicitate our next speaker, Professor D.S. Kapoor. You can always put together your hands for the applause. There's nothing wrong in that. Please give a good round of applause. Thank you. I would request again Deputy Pro-VC sir and Director ASFA to felicitate Dr. Lalit Das. A hearty thanks to his Pro-Vice Chancellor sir and Director ASFA. I would now request for the lighting of the lamp to start with as a symbol of enlightenment and auspicious beginnings. We now proceed with the traditional lighting of the lamp ceremony, which signifies the dispelling of darkness and the ushering of knowledge and wisdom. For this, I would like to invite all the dignitaries onto the stage.
नहीं साथ साथ उसमें तो पावर नहीं है, पावर ही नहीं है, कैसे करेगा?
For such a brilliant performance. May God shower His blessings on each of us. Now, I would like to call upon the stage Professor Pooja Verma, the convener and director of Amity School of Fine Arts and Amity School of Fashion Technology, Lucknow, for a warm welcome address. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. आप सभी का एमिटी के सभागार में स्वागत और अभिनंदन. With great pleasure, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you for the International Conference on Art and Beyond, Innovation, Collaborations and Dialogue. On this occasion, I would like to, in absentia, welcome our chief guest, Mr. Mukesh Kumar Mishram. Because of his sudden engagement with the CM, he is unable to join us, but he has sent his good wishes. So please give a huge round of applause for our chief guest. I welcome Dr. Manish Arora, Raman Postdoctorate Fellow USA, Coordinator Design Innovation Center BHU, Professor of Department of Applied Arts, Banaras Hindu University, as our celebrated keynote speaker for the conference. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I also welcome Professor John Gicha from Western Carolina University, USA. He has joined us online. Professor D.S. Kapoor from National Institute of Design, Kurukshetra, and Professor Lalit Das from Delhi Technological University for joining the conference as our guest speakers. I heartily welcome our Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar, for his throughout guidance and support, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I also welcome DSW ma'am, Dr. Manju Agrawal, and Dr. Kumkum Red, Director, Amity School of Languages, other faculty members, delegates, and my dear students. We all know that art is not merely a form of entertainment or a decoration. It is a fundamental aspect of human existence, enriching lives, inspiring minds, and shaping societies. Its importance lies in its ability to transcend boundaries, evoke emotions, and inspire privilege changes. The Conference on Art and Beyond, Innovation, Collaboration, and Dialogues aims to explore the dynamic intersection between art and various domains. We are privileged to host a diverse array of experts and scholars who bring with them a wealth of knowledge, experience, and perspectives. Your presence enriched this conference, and we eagerly anticipate the valuable insights and contributions that will emerge from our interactions. Once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you. May this conference be a fulfilling and enriching experience for all, and may our collective efforts contribute to a brighter and more sustainable future for our generation to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. I would like to extend warm welcome to our co-convener, Dr. Shraddha Shukla. She also could not make to the event because she's quite unwell, and she has extended her warm wishes and for the success of the event. I would next like to Wing Commander, Receive Dr. Anil Kumar, sir. It's a huge pleasure to hear him. I would request the audience to please join your hand and give a round of applause for sir. And we request sir to say to enlighten us with his thoughts on the role of academia in nurturing creativity and innovation of art. Please give a round of applause. Thank you.
Our most respected guest this morning, Mr. Manish Arora ji, who's our keynote speaker, Professor Kapoor, and Professor Lalit Das ji. We are deeply indebted for your presence over here. When I came inside the auditorium, the director was very worried. Professor Pooja Verma was very worried that our chief guest couldn't make it. I said, this great hall with such great faculty and with the blessings of God, with such learned professors from length and the breadth of the country, I mean, we are so lucky. You know, things can happen anytime, but my compliments to each and every one of you for start of such a wonderful international conference. A great clap for all of you. I extend a warm welcome to all the learned academicians who are present over here. And this warm welcome is not only on behalf of Amity University, but the entire Amity family, headed by our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. Kapoorji was making a mention. Dashji was also complimenting us on this beautiful LCD screen. Let me tell you, this all is a result of the brain of our founder president, our chancellors, Dr. Singh Chauhan ji. The blessings are on this international conference and on our Amity University, Lucknow campus. And dear students, you indeed are very lucky, because in our times, we could not have imagined to be in such a state. You are living, growing in prosperous India, and you will see the developed nation. And this is all will be made possible through these kind of conferences. I compliment Professor Pooja and her team in starting this conference in a most befitting manner. Right from
Dr. Manish Arora, a distinguished scholar and creative force in the field of applied arts and design. This isn't enough. He is an entire book of experiences. I would request Purvi to enlighten us with his journey.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Manish Arora holds a plethora of experience. To start with, He has a rich academic background, including a PhD from Banaras Hindu University and a Raman postdoctoral fellowship in health communication design from Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Manish Arora begins a wealth of expertise and insight to the table. As a professor in the Department of Applied Arts at Banaras Hindu University, he has made a significant contributions to the academic landscape, spearheading initiatives such as the establishment of a Center for Digital Media and playing a pivotal role in curriculum development. His research endeavors delves into the intricate intersections of graphic communications, innovation in design, and societal impact of visual arts, encompassing a diverse array of topics from cultural communication to sustainability in advertising campaigns. Dr. Manish Arora's professional achievements extend beyond academia, with notable projects including collaborations with prestigious institutions in India and the USA, such as the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and Michigan State University. His expertise in graphic design, illustration, and integrated marketing communication design has always been recognized in various awards and accolades. A prolific author and editor, Dr. Manish Arora has published extensively on topics ranging from typography, culture, to sustainable advertising design, contributing to both national and international research, journals, and publications. Beyond his academic and professional pursuits, Dr. Manish Arora's artistic talents shine through his numerous solo and group exhibitions, showcasing his proficiency in photography, painting, and advertising design. With an impressive track record of participation in seminars, conferences, and workshops worldwide, Dr. Manish Arora is not only a flag bearer in this field, but also a sought after orator and mentor. With this, I cordially invite him to the stage. Please, sir. Please give applause.
सबसे पहले आप सभी को जय सिया राम। और हमारे सामने उपस्थित सभी डिग्निटरीज, मेरे गुरु प्रोफेसर DS कपूर सर, मैंने इनके साथ 3-4 साल करीब चंडीगढ़ में काम किया है। ललित सर भी मेंटर, इनके बारे में काफ़ी कुछ सीखा पढ़ा देखा है। और जो मेरे अपकमिंग गुरुज हैं वो आप सब लोग हैं, जिनसे कुछ ना कुछ सीखूंगा कभी देर सवेर। अभी चाहूंगा स्टेज पे खड़ा होकर बोलने में थोड़ी तकलीफ होती है, नर्वसनेस सी लगती है। आज हम लोग एक बहुत ही अच्छी जगह पे आए हुए हैं। अच्छी जगह इसलिए है कि अगर आप अच्छा सोचते हैं तो अच्छा होता है, और आप नहीं सोचते तो भी अच्छा ही होता है। एवरीथिंग इज गुड इन दिस वर्ल्ड की फिलॉसफी के साथ मैं अपना काम कर रहा हूँ। और आज हम लोग बात करने आए हैं कि आखिरकार ये जो कला की दुनिया है, ये क्या रंग दिखा रही है और आगे क्या रंग दिखाने वाली है, और उससे हमारी जो आने वाली अपकमिंग जनरेशन है, इंक्लूडिंग अस, हम भी आगे ही बढ़ेंगे। इस जनरेशन के हम भी पार्ट बनेंगे और बहुत कुछ हम भी सीखेंगे। हम खुद कैसे बहुत चीजों को सीख रहे हैं, और जो आप बच्चे या आप जो स्टूडेंट्स या आप आने वाले पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, या जो इस फील्ड में लोग हैं आने वाले, कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि उन्होंने कहीं से फाइन आर्ट्स की कोई डिग्री ली हो या कोई कला के फील्ड के हो। क्योंकि अगर आप कभी भी देखिए, हम लोग जिन भी प्रख्यात कलाकारों को मानते समझते और देखते हैं, वो अपने अनुभव से कलाकार बने हुए होते हैं, किसी डिग्री से नहीं बने हुए होते हैं। हम सब तो एक व्यवस्था के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हमको उस तरीके की परिभाषा अपनी गढ़नी पड़ती है कि भाई हम एक कला के फील्ड के हैं, अगला विज्ञान का है, दूसरा साइंस का है, सोशल साइंस का है। अब मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन चलेगा। तो आज हम लोग इसी सिलसिले में बात कर रहे हैं कि जो आपका टॉपिक है वो टॉपिक जो कह रहा है कि आखिरकार क्या जरूरत है हमको दुनिया में कुछ भी नया करने की, और उस नए में साथ रहने की क्या जरूरत है, और साथ रहने के साथ साथ हमको संवाद करने की भी क्या जरूरत है। तो अगर आज का आप अपना समय देखें, जो आज के समय के बच्चे मतलब हम लोगों से तो वो सब 20-30 साल बड़े ही हैं, क्योंकि आज की टेक्नोलॉजी में है, लेकिन उनको ये मानना पड़ेगा कि जो भी उनके गुरु लोग हैं, जो मास्टर हैं, वो भी उनके साथ की और कंटेम्परेरी है, क्योंकि वो भी नई तकनीक सीख रहे हैं, तभी आपको सिखा पा रहे हैं। तो इस बात को भी आप एक्सेप्ट कीजिए। और आज हम लोग बात जिस टॉपिक के ऊपर करने आए हैं उसमें कला की जो दुनिया बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है उसके बारे में बात करने आए, और हम आपसे उससे दो चार हो रहे हैं, और हमारे मन में कुछ उमड़ते घुमड़ते, जैसे आजकल मौसम चल रहा है वैसे कुछ सवाल भी हो रहे हैं कि आखिरकार ये तकनीक कहाँ लेके जाएगी, हमारी पुरानी परंपरा का क्या होगा, हम आगे कहाँ जाएंगे, कितना कॉपी का काम होगा, जिसको सामान्य भाषा में हम लोग चोरी जैसा शब्द बोलते हैं या कॉपीराइट बोलते हैं, उसका प्रिवेंशन कैसे होगा। बहुत सारे इस तरीके के सवाल आपके मन में आ रहे हैं कि नहीं आ रहे, बताइए। कुछ बच्चे मुझसे बात भी करते रहे तो अच्छा रहेगा, वरना मैं ही बोलता रहूंगा। आज की जनरेशन को जो नई तकनीक आ रही है उसमें अच्छाई की संभावना दिख रही है या कुछ गड़बड़ी है? बोलिए। सब अच्छाई है, कुछ गड़बड़ी नहीं है। वो गड़बड़ी करने के लिए भी आपको दिमाग चाहिए, जिसका मतलब होता है कि अकल के लिए, नकल के लिए, लेकिन अकल के लिए पहले नकल चाहिए। हम लोग 12 साल की जो पढ़ाई करके इस व्यवस्था से आते हैं, अगर आप ईमानदारी से देखिए तो हमको क्या सिखाती है, बोलिए। हम जिस 12 साल की अपनी पढ़ाई करके आ रहे होते हैं उसने हमको कैसे ट्रेंड किया होता है? नकल करके ट्रेंड किया होता है भाई। अगर आपने 10th और 12th के एग्जाम के पेपर में जो पूछा जा रहा है अपने मन से लिख दिया तो क्या होगा? अगले साल फिर वही एग्जाम देंगे। इसलिए आपको उसके लिए भी जरूरत पड़ती है, और वो बहुत जरूरी है। हम भी उसी से पढ़ के आए हैं, सारे लोग उससे पढ़ के आए हैं। वो एक ऐसी व्यवस्था है जो हमको आगे ले जाने की ओर बताती है कि हम रेफरेंसेस कैसे लेंगे और उसका हमारे लाइफ में क्या उपयोग है या नहीं। तो आज के समय में या पहले से भी हम जैसे जानते हैं कि कला क्या है। कला का मतलब है कि हमारे जो भी मन में एक आइडियाज आता है, एक विचार आता है, उसको हम अपने बहुत दूसरे दूसरे तरीके के मटेरियल और मीडियम के थ्रू दुनिया के सामने प्रेजेंट करते हैं। किसी को बहुत अच्छा लगता है, किसी को नहीं अच्छा लगता है, सबके अलग अलग डायमेंशंस होते हैं, सोचने का तरीका अलग होता है, और इस तरीके से हम वर्तमान रूप में कला को समझने का प्रयास करें। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। मुझे वो दे दीजिए पॉइंटर। विजुअल आर्ट को आज के समय में हमको 3 तरीके से मानना पड़ेगा। एक हमारा बहुत ट्रेडिशनल है, जिसमें बहुत सारे हमारे जो सीनियर प्रोफेशनल्स हैं या आर्टिस्ट हैं या कंटेम्प्रेरी आर्टिस्ट भी हैं, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसा सोचते हैं कि उस परंपरा को जिंदा रखना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, और वो भी मैं भी उससे पूरा इत्तेफाक रखता हूँ कि हमारी जो परंपरा है, जो सीखने का बेसिक तरीका है, एक कला को कैसे सीखा समझा जाता है, और हमारे यहाँ पहले, हमारे मतलब कि पूरी दुनिया में कला जिस तरीके से भी पहले होती थी परंपरागत तरीके से, उसकी नॉलेज को लेना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। सीधा सा एक तरीका है कि आपको अगर चलना आ जाएगा तो फिर आप दौड़ने भी अपने हिसाब से लगेंगे। ओवरऑल मीनिंग यही है। तो ट्रेडिशनल में हम लोग जानते हैं कि बहुत नॉमेनक्लेचर्स हमारे बड़े बंधे हुए रखे हुए हैं कि हमको पेंटिंग स्ट्रीम में जाना है, फिर उसकी सब स्ट्रीम्स हैं, फिर हमको स्कल्पचर में जाना है, उसकी सब स्ट्रीम्स हैं, फिर हम अप्लाइड आर्ट, कॉमर्शियल आर्ट्स, मतलब हमारे पास 10-12 ऐसे नॉमेनक्लेचर्स पहले से ही बंधे हुए रखे हैं। हम उसके बियॉन्ड नहीं जा सकते, वरना उसका जो जनरेशन है, जॉनरा है, वो चेंज हो जाएगा। फिर इसके बाद उसी के मॉडर्न फॉर्म्स आते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से। लगभग 200 साल से ये मॉडर्न फॉर्म्स आना शुरू हुए हैं। 19वीं शताब्दी से मान लीजिए 1800 के बाद से इस तरीके से हमारे दुनिया में इस तरह चेंजेस हुए हैं आर्ट के फील्ड में जब नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आई। पहले भी टेक्नोलॉजी आती तो उसके आने में 500, 400, 200, 300 साल लगते थे। अगर आप देख लीजिए तो जब 1000 BC के आसपास का टाइम था तो उस समय पेपर का इनोवेशन हुआ। उसके बाद 15th सेंचुरी जो मेडवल एरा रहा है वो बहुत जबरदस्त रूप से रिवोल्यूशनरी रहा है, जिस समय लियोनार्डो हुए, चाहे कबीर हुए, चाहे नानक हुए, चाहे मीरा हुए, वहीं बहुत सारे इस तरीके के हुए। और उस समय दुनिया में सबसे तेजी से जो चीज बदली उसको कहा जाता है प्रिंटिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, और जिसको जॉन गुटेनबर्ग ने 1450 के आसपास लाया था, जिसके बाद से टेक्नोलॉजी ओरिएंटेड काम आर्ट के फील्ड में बहुत ज्यादा होने लगे। पब्लिशिंग को भी एक आर्ट माने जाने लगा। और उस दौरान हम लोगों ने उसके बाद दो चार मतलब करीब 200-300 साल के बाद हमारे पास मॉडर्न फॉर्म्स आए। मॉडर्न फॉर्म्स को हम लगभग 200 शताब्दी के आसपास का मानते हैं, जब 1839 में फोटोग्राफी इन्वेंट होती है। और बहुत बड़ा डिबेट आर्ट फील्ड में चलता है कि आर्ट खत्म हो जाएगा, आर्ट ऐसा हो जाएगा, आर्ट वैसा हो जाएगा, ये सब चीजें चली। लेकिन तकनीक आती गई और काम होते गए, उन टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू हम आगे बढ़ते गए। इस तरीके से अगर आप देखिए तो ट्रेडिशन से मॉडर्न फॉर्म आता है, और मॉडर्न फॉर्म के बाद जो आजकल के समय की हमारी एक आर्ट आ गई है, सॉरी, जिसको कि हम अपने कंटेम्पररी टाइम में जिंगल वाला फॉर्म टाइप का एडवर्टीजमेंट टाइप चीज समझ लीजिए कि आप कुछ भी करते हैं और चीजें तुरंत हो जाती हैं। तो उन सारी चीजों के लिए हमारे पास कंप्यूटर आर्ट आ चुका है, 3D मॉडलिंग्स आ चुकी है, 3D प्रिंटर्स आ चुके हैं, एनिमेशन है, इंटरेक्टिव डिजाइन आ चुकी है। और जो सबसे तेजी से बदलने वाला समय कुछ ही दिनों में या कुछ ही महीनों में आने वाला है, वो AR VR की दुनिया आने वाली है, जिसको एप्पल बहुत तेजी से बदलने जा रहा है। और वो भी आगे पर एक आर्ट की पहचान है कि दुनिया में आर्ट कैसे बदल रही है, कैसे आने वाली है। हम आजकल इन सारी चीजों से वाकिफ हो रहे हैं, और चाहे किसी भी तरीके की कला हो, वो हमारे दिमाग से निकल के किसी न किसी तरीके के साइंटिफिक इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में जा रही है। ये हमको मानना पड़ेगा कि जो इनोवेशन हो रहा है वो हमारे दिमाग से निकल के और हमारे दिमाग को प्रभावित करते हुए एक 5 इंच या 6 इंच की जो हमारे पास गैजेट है उसमें पूरा जा रहा है। अब उसका थोड़ा एक्सटेंशन आईपैड भी है। लैपटॉप का जमाना ईमानदारी से खत्म हो चुका है, इसी का जमाना तो बिल्कुल ही खत्म है, सिस्टम के कारण हम लोगों ने रखा हुआ है। लेकिन अब हो सकता है कि देर सवेर हमारे आंखों में ऐसे लेंस भी आ जाए कि हमको AR VR इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स की जरूरत भी न पड़े। तो इनोवेशन की अपॉर्चुनिटीज इतनी ज्यादा है, और इस बात का ध्यान रखिएगा और खुश भी रहिएगा, ये सब काम सिर्फ साइंटिस्ट लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसमें हर तरीके से आर्ट के फील्ड के लोग बहुत अच्छे से जुड़े हुए हैं, जो उसके पीछे की थिंक टैंक में काम कर रहे हैं। अगर आपके पास किसी नए तरीके की चीज मार्केट में आती है तो ये समझने की कभी भी गलती मत कीजिएगा कि वो सिर्फ किसी साइंस ने काम किया है या किसी टेक्नोलॉजी ने काम किया है। उसके पीछे का एस्थेटिक और उसके पीछे का आर्ट इंटरनेशनल में भी बहुत सारे दुनिया के दूसरे तरीके के आर्टिस्ट लोग लगे हुए हैं। तो जैसा मैंने बताया कि विजुअल आर्ट आज के समय में 3 तरीके से जाना जाता है। एक है ट्रेडिशनल आर्ट, जिसमें बहुत सारे लोगों को काम करना कुछ समय तक बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, स्पेशली जितने बैचलर डिग्री के बच्चे रहते हैं उनको बेसिक्स पे जरूर फोकस करना चाहिए। उसके बाद हमारे पास मॉडर्न फॉर्म्स आ चुका है, और उसके बाद हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजिकल ड्रिवन विजुअल आर्ट्स आ चुका है, जिससे हो सकता है कि बहुत सारे बच्चे काम करते हो और यहाँ पर भी पढ़ाया जाता हो। एज ए प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी समय के साथ कंटेम्पररी लेवल पे अपने आप को इनरिच करना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेवल पे और स्किल लेवल पे बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। तो आज के समय में हम लोग एक परंपरा से लेकर तकनीक के साथ साथ काम करते हुए अपने विजुअल आर्ट्स को आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आज अगर आप देखिए कोई पोस्टर मिलता है तो आप उस पोस्टर के मेन कंटेंट में हेडलाइन के बाद सबसे पहले जो चीज ढूंढते हैं वो यही होता है कि कैसे जल्दी से रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लें। और रजिस्ट्रेशन कराने के लिए आप किसी भी तरीके की इंफॉर्मेशन या जो उस पोस्टर का मेन कंटेंट है, सब कंटेंट नहीं देखते हैं और आप सीधे QR कोड पे जाते हैं। तो आप देखिए आर्ट पीस को कैसे एक टेक्नोलॉजी में कन्वर्ट कर दिया गया है और आप रजिस्ट्रेशन कर लेते हैं, जबकि ये ठीक भी नहीं है। आपको बहुत अच्छे से उन सारी चीजों को समझना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए, लेकिन हम उत्सुकता बस कि मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना है, मैं तुरंत QR कोड पे अप्लाई करके बहुत सारी चीजों की इंफॉर्मेशन वहां से लेता हूँ, बनस्पत यहाँ सामने से लेता हूँ। तो हमको इस चीज का स्वागत करना चाहिए कि हमारे आर्ट को 2 हाथ आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, 2 स्टेप फॉरवर्ड करने के लिए इस तरीके की नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ चुकी है, जो आज के समय में हर बच्चा बैठे बैठे 2 मिनट के अंदर इन सारे काम को कर लेता है। इस तरीके के काम आप लोग कर पाते हैं कि नहीं? देखिए, बहुत ही क्रांतिकारी तरीके के मोस्ट मॉडर्न कंटेम्परेरी आर्टिस्ट है, जो डाटा साइंस और जितने भी तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजिकल रिलेटेड चीजें होती हैं उनके थ्रू आर्ट इंस्टॉलेशंस का काम करते हैं। तो अगर आपको ये समझना है कि आज के समय में आर्ट की दुनिया कहाँ जा रही है, आपको इन तरीके के लोगों को खोजना पड़ेगा और इस तरीके की खूबसूरत कला आपको दिखाई देगी। तो ये बाउंड्रीज को तोड़ रही है और डिफरेंट डायलॉग्स ओपन फोरम पे ला रही है कि भाई आज के समय में जिस भी तरीके का हमारे पास डाटा अवेलेबल, आज दुनिया डाटा की हो चुकी है, चाहे वो इस कॉलेज के रिलेटेड हो कि कितने बच्चे पढ़ के गए, कहाँ गए, क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं, या किसी तरीके का साइंटिफिक डाटा हो, या किसी तरीके का पब्लिक से रिलेटेड डाटा हो, मुझे कहाँ तक जाना है, रीच कहाँ तक पहुंचानी है। बहुत सारी चीजों के लिए आज के समय में डाटा साइंस की जरूरत पड़ती है और उस डाटा साइंस के थ्रू उन सारी चीजों को कोलैबोरेट करके एक स्ट्रक्चर में इंस्टॉलेशन कैसे किया जाता है, इसका ये खूबसूरत एग्जांपल्स है। देखिए, ये और ग्रेट आर्टिस्ट है जोई कुफाना, इन्होंने जो काम किया है वो सबसे ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट इनका जो काम है वो यही है कि इंस्टॉलेशन आर्ट को कैसे किया जा सकता है। तो आज के समय में क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी ज्यादा आ चुकी है आपके पास और हर समय ये टेक्नोलॉजी बदल रही है, और इस कारण इंस्टॉलेशन आर्ट एक ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस आर्ट होती है कि उसके लिए आपको ट्रेडिशनल चीजों की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है। आप एक ओपन स्पेस में जाके अपने हिसाब से अपनी सारी टेक्नोलॉजी की चीजों को इंटरवेट करके लगा के काम कर सकते हैं। और देखिए, इस तरीके की कुछ चीजें बहुत अच्छे से क्रिएट होती है। तो जो आर्ट है वो अपनी बाउंड्री को तोड़ते हुए साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी, जिसको हम इनोवेशन बोलते हैं कॉम्पिटिटिव वर्ड में, इनोवेशन के माध्यम से वो चीजों को आगे लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक और देखिए, ये आर्टिस्ट है, इन्होंने कुछ सेलेक्टेड आर्टिस्ट किए हैं जिनका जो काम है ये बेसिकली एक रिसर्चर्स है और मशीन लर्निंग का जो एल्गोरिथम होता है, हम सब कलाकारों को ये मानना चाहिए और समझना चाहिए और अपनी लर्निंग एबिलिटी को और इनहेंस करना चाहिए कि हम सिर्फ अपने कोर सब्जेक्ट ड्राइंग, पेंटिंग, इलस्ट्रेशन, एनिमेशन से बाहर निकले। जो फ्रंट में हमको दिखता है उसके बैक में जो प्रोसेस चल रहा है, क्योंकि आज के समय में बहुत सारे लड़के या बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो काफी ज्यादा इनोवेटिव है और उनको मन करता है कि मैं सिर्फ यूएक्स यूआई से रिलेटेड कोई डिजाइन न बनाऊं, वो बनता कैसे उस पूरे प्रोसेस को भी जानूं। तो जानते समय जब आप इस तरीके के एल्गोरिथम पे काम करते हैं तब आपके सामने इस तरीके की चीज आती है। अब आप देखिए कि कैसे एक आर्टिस्ट इंस्टॉलेशन का काम करते समय किस किस तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करके और आपके सामने किस तरीके का रिप्रेजेंटेशन ला रहा है। इसका ये तो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ क्योंकि विजुअल आर्ट के बारे में एक लेक्चर देना है, लेकिन विजुअल आर्ट के नजरिए से आप इसी का एक्सटेंशन देख सकते हैं। जितनी भी साई-फाई मूवीज बन रही है आज के समय में, आप अवतार के दोनों वर्जन देख लीजिए और भी बहुत सारी आ रही है, उन सब में विजुअल आर्ट में जो भी कुछ नया इनोवेशन हो रहा है, कोलैबोरेशन हो रहा है और जो बाउंड्री
ये कौन दिखा रहा है,
तोड़ी जा रही है,
ये दिखा
सब का बेस्ट एग्जांपल्स है जितनी मूवीज आ रही है आजकल के समय। आजकल के समय में देखिए 3D एनिमेशन के थ्रू डिजिटल मार्केटिंग इनोवेशन भी हो रहा है और जो एडवर्टाइजिंग डिजाइन की फील्ड है वो भी बदलती जा रही है। नाइकी, जो आपको मालूम है कि दुनिया का सबसे बड़े ब्रांड्स में से एक है, वो अपने आप को कैसे इस डाटा साइंस के थ्रू यूज करके मार्केट में लाने का प्रयास करता है। इस शब्द से हम सब लोग बहुत ज्यादा वाकिफ हैं और इसके बिना अब आज के समय में हमारी उंगलियां चलना बंद हो जाती है। आपके पास जो मोबाइल है, मेरा लेक्चर सुनते समय आप मुझे देख रहे हैं, बोर्ड को देख रहे हैं या मोबाइल को देख रहे हैं, आपकी उंगलियां वो काम कर रही हैं जो इस शब्द में लिखा हुआ है। इसको बोलते हैं यूआई और यूएक्स, यूजर इंटरफेस और यूजर एक्सपीरियंस। यूजर इंटरफेस बनाने का काम तो एक फाइन आर्ट्स के या डिजाइन के बच्चे कर लेते हैं, लेकिन यूजर एक्सपीरियंस का जो काम है वो भी अब डिजाइन के बच्चों को करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि आपको जब तक पता नहीं रहेगा कि आपको इसके लिए क्या किस तरीके का सॉफ्टवेयर बनाना है, तब तक आप कोई काम नहीं कर सकते। तो इसलिए आज के समय में विजुअल आर्ट के फील्ड में या किसी भी टेक्नोलॉजी के फील्ड में जब आपका विजुअल रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो रहा है तो वहां इसके बिना आजकल आपका कोई काम नहीं चल रहा है। आप बिना मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन के कोई काम नहीं कर सकते। आप जिस यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ते हैं उसका अपना खुद का एक वेबसाइट और एक मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन होगा, तभी आप आगे काम कर पाते हैं। और आपको अगर अपनी आर्ट को दुनिया में ले जाना है तो अपना खुद का वेबसाइट और एक खुद का मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बनाना पड़ेगा, और बहुत सारे ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसे ही चल रहे हैं। तो जो इनोवेशन की अपॉर्चुनिटीज है एक आर्टिस्ट के लिए, वो कैनवास या टू डायमेंशनल पेपर से निकल के अनलिमिटेड स्पेस में जा चुकी है। और वो अनलिमिटेड स्पेस अभी भी बहुत सारी जगहों पे टू डायमेंशनल स्पेस ही है। जैसे आपके सामने ये स्पेस है, मैं कितना भी बात कर लूं ये 3D स्पेस नहीं है, इसके अंदर जो चीजें वो भी 3D है, 3D क्योंकि हमारे सामने रखा है। लेकिन एडवर्टीजमेंट की दुनिया देखिए कितनी बदल चुकी है, और आज के समय में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, नॉट इन एडवर्टाइजिंग ओनली, लेकिन आर्ट के फील्ड में, क्योंकि जो एडवर्टाइजिंग है वो अपने आप में एक आर्ट है, वो एक कम्युनिकेशन आर्ट है जो लोगों को बात पहुंचाने का काम करती है और लोगों के दिल से पैसे निकलवाने का काम करती है। और हमारी जो कला होती है वो लोगों के दिलो दिमाग को थोड़ा सुकून देने का काम करती है, और कुछ थोड़ा क्लास के लोगों से पैसे निकलवा के इसी म्यूजियम्स में इन सारी जगहों पे आर्ट्स को रखा जाता है। किस तरीके से आजकल के समय में आर्टिफिशियल रियलिटी से रिलेटेड चीजें होने लगी हैं, और इसके बाद जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज दुनिया में आ रहा है, इसको चैलेंज तो नहीं मानना चाहिए क्योंकि हम लोग सारी तकनीकों को अपनाते हुए आज तक यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। चाहे व्हाट्सएप आया हो कुछ नहीं बंद हुआ, चाहे फोटोग्राफी आई हो कुछ नहीं बंद हुआ, और अभी जो आने वाला है इससे भी कुछ बंद होने वाला नहीं। आजकल के समय में पूरी दुनिया में ये डिबेट बहुत तेजी से चल रही है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या क्या करने वाला है। तो जब एज ए ह्यूमन हमारे अंदर भी राम और रावण दोनों है, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को भी ये पूरा राइट है, हमने ही उसको बनाया है कि हम उसको अच्छे से उपयोग करें या उसको खराब से उपयोग करें। खराब से जो लोग उपयोग कर रहे हैं उनके बारे में बहुत सारी खबरें आपको मिलती रहती हैं, उनको जो सरकार के नियम कायदा कानून है उससे उनको सारी सजाएं मिल रही, जो बच जा रहे हैं देर से देर वो भी पकड़े जाएंगे। लेकिन आज के समय में ये एक बहुत बड़ी वास्तविकता है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो आ चुका है उसने इनोवेशन की सारी बाउंड्रीज को कहां पे लाकर रोक दिया है या कहां पे लाकर और ओपन कर दिया है। कि जैसे आप आजकल के समय में एक बहुत बड़ा टेलीस्कोप ऊपर घूम रहा है, उसका नाम है जेम्स, राइट है कि नहीं बच्चों? तो उस टेलीस्कोप वो टेलीस्कोप ये बता रहा है कि हमारी दुनिया जो ऊपर की जो दुनिया है स्पेस है वो अनलिमिटेड के भी बियॉन्ड। सेम हाल आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस करने जा रहा है कि आप जो सोचते समझते करते हैं वो तो आपको मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, लेकिन आपकी उस सोच समझ को वो एक बार कैप्चर कर लेगा तो दूसरे के लिए भी वो बहुत कुछ दे देगा। और इस तरीके से ऐसी असीमित संभावनाएं उत्पन्न होती जा रही है जिसके बारे में हमारा जो मस्तिष्क है वो भी उतना परिपक्व नहीं है। तो इसके लिए हम लोगों को इस तरीके के काम करने पड़ेंगे और अपनी लिमिटेशंस को अनलिमिटेड करने का एक काम करना पड़ेगा कि हम कैसे चीजों को दुनिया के लिए और सुगम बनाए, और जो हमारी अपनी नॉलेज है, जो एजुकेशन है, जिसमें हम लोग यहाँ पढ़ाई लिखाई कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हमको अपना कैरियर बनाना है, वो कैसे और ज्यादा इनरिच हो सके। तो आजकल के समय में जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है, क्योंकि ये क्लास हमसे क्लास में हमारा फर्स्ट ईयर का बच्चा भी पूछता है कि सर AI आ चुका है, मुझे आपके पढ़ाई की क्या जरूरत है। और ये आज की क्लासेस में फाइन आर्ट्स नहीं, सभी जगह ये सारी, चाहे वो साइंस हो, चाहे सोशल साइंस हो, चाहे इंजीनियरिंग हो, सभी जगह ये आवाज उठने लगी है कि आप क्लास में असाइनमेंट दीजिए, बच्चा अगले दिन बड़े आराम से करके ले आएगा, वो उस तरीके का काम नहीं करेगा जैसा पहले किताबों से करता था, क्योंकि बहुत सारे सॉफ्टवेयर और ये सारी चीजें ऐसी आ चुकी है। मैं खुद का एग्जाम्पल बताता हूँ। इस प्रेजेंटेशन को बनाने से पहले मैं सोच रहा था कि मैं कैसे कैसे काम करूँ, तो मैंने जब 2-4 आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की साइट ढूंढी तो मैं शॉक हुआ देख के कि मुझे खाली प्रॉम्प्ट लिख के सेलेक्ट करना था कि मुझे इस काम के लिए इस तरीके के ऑडियंस के लिए प्रेजेंटेशन बनाना है, और वो कुछ पैसे लेके मेरे को प्रेजेंटेशन बनाने में तैयार था। मेरा सारा एक्सपीरियंस इतना था कि मुझे कहाँ से कौन सा टॉपिक उठाना है, किस तरीके की जॉनरा के लिए किस तरीके की जनरेशन को ला के टीच करना है। मैं बच गया मेरा, ये मैंने अपने अपने रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स के साथ बनाया है। लेकिन ये इतनी सुविधा आ चुकी है कि 2 घंटे पहले भी मुझे कोई टॉपिक दिया जाएगा और मेरे पास ये सारी सुविधा और जानकारी है, तो मैं 2 घंटे बाद आके आपको टॉपिक पढ़ा सकता हूँ। तो बच्चे भी उतने तेज होते जा रहे हैं कि आप उनको किसी भी तरीके के असाइनमेंट्स देंगे तो उसको निकाल सकते हैं। तो इस तरीके के चैलेंज को हम कैसे एक्सेप्ट करेंगे आज की दुनिया में, क्योंकि आज की दुनिया में अगर आप एआई से रिलेटेड बहुत सारे साइट्स को फॉलो करते हैं तो आपको रोज बहुत सारे क्रांतिकारी चीजें दिखाई दे रही है कि मोनालिसा और जो माइकल एंजेलो के वर्क्स हैं दोनों मिलकर कैसे एक साथ नया तीसरा आर्ट बना देते हैं। और वहाँ कॉपीराइट से रिलेटेड इश्यूज आ रहे हैं जिसपे डिबेट हो रहा है। और साइबर क्राइम्स का एक और नया आर्ट क्राइम्स करके वो चल चुका है एक तरीके का। तो इस तरीके की चीजों से हम चैलेंज को कैसे लें, कैसे एक्सेप्ट करें, ये हमको सोचना समझना जरूरी। और इसके लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जो हमारा ट्रेडिशनल स्ट्रक्चर है पढ़ाई लिखाई का, हमको उसमें स्टैंड रहना है। क्योंकि अगर आपका बेसिक्स अच्छा रहेगा तो आप ये सारी एडवांस की चीजें कर लेंगे। और जहां तक मेरी अपनी आज तक की सोच है अभी तक की, वो ये कहती है कि सारे तरीकों की तकनीकों का हम लोगों को स्वागत करना चाहिए और ये जरूर देखना चाहिए कि उससे हमारे आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए और हम जहाँ जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए काम करते हैं, सोसाइटी के लिए काम करते हैं, वो कितना फायदा कर सकती है। आज के समय में जो बातें मैंने आपको बताई कि डिफिनीशन ऑफ आर्ट में अब एआई जरूरी हो गया है कि आज के समय में इस तरीके की बनावटी जो कला आ गई है, इसको आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के नाम से हम जानते हैं, वो कैसे काम कर रहा है। और फिर इसमें सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी चीज आता है जिससे हम कलाकार लोग बहुत दूर भागते हैं, ओनरशिप, कॉपीराइट, डिजाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन। इन सारी चीजों में हम लोग जाते नहीं है, बड़े बड़े फोरम पे जाके बातें जरूर करते हैं, आईपीआर की बातें जरूर करते हैं, लेकिन बहुत ही कम ऐसे आर्टिस्ट या लोग होंगे जो अपनी इस तरीके की चीजों को कॉपीराइट कराने या इस तरीके की चीजों को रजिस्टर्ड कराने का प्रयास करते हैं। लेकिन एआई आने के बाद आपके पास एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी आ गई है अर्निंग के मामले में कि अगर आप इस तरीके की चीजों को कॉपीराइट करा के रखेंगे तो कल कोई भी अगर आपका सामान यूज करना जाएगा तो आपको कुछ पैसे दे के जाएगा। इसके साथ एथिकल कंसिडरेशन आता है, ये ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है हर समय की एथिक्स से रिलेटेड चीजें कितनी हमारे लिए काम की है, कितनी हमारे लिए काम की नहीं है। तो ये मैं आम मतलब आप सब पे छोड़ता हूँ कि आपका खुद का कॉन्शियस क्या करता है, क्या काम करना चाहिए, क्या काम नहीं करना चाहिए। तो जब फ्यूचर ऑफ आर्ट है वो ट्रेडिशन और मॉडर्न से होते हुए टेक्नोलॉजी ओरिएंटेड है, रहेगा और हमारे आपके बाद भी रहेगा। हम आप उसको अगर अच्छे से एक्सेप्ट करेंगे तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, हम आप उसको बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे तो कोई और एक्सेप्ट करेगा और वो उसके लिए अच्छी बात है। इसी के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे मौका दिया यहाँ पर आने का। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ जो मैंने बताया है उससे आप सबको कुछ न कुछ नया जैसा अनुभव हुआ होगा। अगर हुआ तो बहुत अच्छा, और नहीं हुआ तो जैसे बहुत सारी चीजों को बोलते हैं इसको भी भूलते हैं। थैंक यू बहुत।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And I again invite our Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor. Acha, I request for a hand mic, please.
All right. Do you want to, why don't, oh, there's my slides, yes. Maybe. But they're,
Do you agree it was a splendid keynote address?
Indeed.
wait a minute.
For years and
Yes, there we go.
years, wonderful spoken about art.
Okay.
I think you must give us standing ovation.
Oh, wow. That's huge. That's wonderful. Gratitude, sir. Gratitude, Manish, sir, for enlightening us with your captivating note. Your profound insight and engaging delivery truly inspired us. Your contribution has left an indelible mark, enriching our understanding and passion for arts and beyond. Grateful for your invaluable presence. Now I would request all to proceed for a group photograph as we conclude the first session of our conference, and we also invite you all for a well-deserved break. This is an opportunity to network and reach out before we delve into the next session. Please proceed for the group photograph at the foyer, and after that, please proceed for the tea break. Along with this, because this is a hybrid session, I would also like to welcome our online participants. This is, sir just told the importance of artificial intelligence. So this is one of the important factors with which we can have the possibility of having our conference into hybrid mode. Please put a round of applause for all the online participants. Yeah, I request again all the participants, professors, our esteemed guests to proceed for the group photograph at the foyer and hence proceed for the tea break. I will request the students of fine arts, the volunteers to guide the participants to the foyer, please. Please guide the participants to the foyer. All the students are also requested to proceed to the foyer for the group photograph.
Darrell, +919.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
He's talking.
Should I? I'm sorry, should I?
Students,
I need to wait, don't I?
all please proceed to the foyer for the group photograph.
Okay.
For the group photograph. You all deserve to be in the group photograph. Maintain the decorum of the arena and proceed for at the foyer. You have to come back for the next session. You have to come back for the next session. Please keep it noted. There would be an attendance call after the tea break also.
Hmm. Hmm. Kalabavana. Kalabavana. Hello?
कोई भी पीछे चाय के लिए गए होंगे। सर आइए आइए, वो लेके आए हैं। ये भैया आए। चुरा रहा है। सर ये अपने आप से घूमता भी है। हाँ ये देखिए, ये ऑटो नहीं हो पाएगा। ऑटो ऑटो नहीं होता सर। होता है सर। सर होता है ऑटो। ऑटो नहीं सर। ऑटो होता है सर। इस वाले में है कि नहीं नहीं पता, लेकिन ऑटो होता है। नहीं ऑटो होते हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर वो दिख रहा हो तिरछा है तो तिरछा है जैसा दिखेगा ही ना तिरछा नहीं देख तो रिवर्स जो है Left नहीं चल रहा है क्या? तो उल्टा भी दिख रहा है उल्टा भी तो है उल्टा भी है तो फिर सीधा करो क्या उल्टा स्क्रीन उल्टी हो रही है तो क्यों उल्टी हो रही है कैमरा ही कैमरा उल्टा है देखिए डिस्प्ले सेटिंग में कुछ हुआ है इसको सीधा करना पड़ेगा उल्टा है सेटिंग उल्टा है ना ये कैमरे से डिस्प्ले में कुछ है ऐसा कभी होता नहीं कभी डिस्प्ले चेंज करने का होता नहीं तो वैसे ये है अभी मैं नहीं करता हूँ लेकिन इसकी उल्टी है उल्टा दिखाई पड़ रहा है उनको Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust you enjoyed the break and are now refreshed for the next part of our conference. Let's continue our journey in the conference with the next distinguished speaker. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce Professor Emeritus John Gicha, a luminary in the world of art and design. With a distinguished career spanning decades, Professor Gicha's impact has been felt globally through his remarkable contributions to academia, creativity, and the arts. I would request Abhilasha to brief about our speaker, Professor Emeritus John Gicha.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Abhilasha Agrawal from Amity School of Fine Arts. It's my privilege to give a brief about Professor John Gicha. As a former faculty member at Steam School of Art and Design at Western Carolina University, USA, Professor Gicha's influence extends far beyond the confines of the classroom. His international speaking engagements and exhibitions in cities such as St. Petersburg, Barcelona, and various cities across India have enriched cultural dialogues and inspired countless individuals worldwide. Professor John Gicha's artistic prowess has garnered widespread acclaim, with his work showcased in prestigious venues including the Brona Biennale, Kathleen Eve Gallery, and Asheville Art Museum. Prestigious venues, his designs have graced the pages of renown. Publications such as Metropolis Magazine, Print Magazine, and National Geographic Magazine, captivating audiences with their ingenuity and aesthetic brilliance. A true visionary and curator, Professor John Gicha has organized major exhibitions that have shaped the discourse on design and creativity, from celebrating the legacy of iconic figures like Tibor Kalman and April Grieman to exploring new frontiers in hybrid language and meaningful designs. In his curation exemplifies a commitment to pushing boundaries and provoking thought. Professor Gicha's contributions have been recognized with numerous national and international awards, cementing his status as trailblazer in the field of design. His work resides in esteemed collections, including the Library of Congress and the Coburg Museums, serving as a testament to his enduring legacy. Please join me in extending a warm virtual welcome to Professor John Gicha. We are privileged to have him grace our conference with his presence, and we eagerly anticipate the insights and wisdom he shared with us today. Please join your hands and welcome him.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just for your note, he has been awake from 3 in the night and has been connected in the conference from the very beginning. Please give a huge round of applause for his dedication for the conference and his speaker. Please listen to each and every word. Welcome, John Gicha, sir. Over to you, please.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Lucknow this afternoon. It's very early here, and I appreciate the invitation from Priya Gupta.
Sarah, +919.
Wait a minute. Hello? I am not on mute. I am. Can you not hear me? There is not a connect. Hold on a minute. Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, I don't know what, you can see me though, can you?
We can see you, we can see you.
Well, I got my phone here. Yes, I'm talking right now. I don't know what the problem is.
Sir, you are audible. The problem is with
I
their
can
end.
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. The problem is with their end.
Am I live now? Can
You
you
are
hear
live.
me?
You are live. You are live.
So you can hear me? Yes?
I can hear you. The problem is with their end.
With my end?
No, no, with their end.
I'm not following this. What the problem is? That's me. You cannot hear me, correct? You can only hear my phone through the phone? Can you
Sir,
hear me now?
ID person is seeing their audio settings. You just hold on, sir.
Yes, I've checked my settings. Um. It's not on mute. And you can see my video. Mute. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
लैपटॉप पर रियल टेक ऑडियो है
What about the? I don't know what to do here.
माइक चला रहे थे पता है
I'm having trouble understanding you. I am not on mute. Internal speakers.
Audible, sir, audible.
I've got internal speakers. It's not on mute.
Sir, you are audible. You can start your presentation.
I can't start it?
Yes, sir, you can start.
I can't start. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear
Yes.
you. You can start.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, I did not know that. Okay. Well, I apologize for the entry here, and what I wanted to do was talk a little bit about collaboration. That was one of the topics, and I brought with me or presenting 4 projects that I've worked on to show the differences between these projects and what collaboration means to me. And I think it's appropriate showing you this because they represent collaborations with different people for different purposes. So if we can start with this, do you want me to do the slides or do you want to do them? Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So do you want to do the slides or should I? Hello? Do you want me to do the slides or should you do the slides? Okay, so can you see my slide? Well, I don't know how to download it onto you. Why don't you do the slides at your end, okay? I'm trying to work my slides. Can you see them? I'm sorry, I don't understand. I've got my first slide up. Can you see it?
We can play your slides.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So are you doing this or am I? There we go. Okay. So I see the slide and I'm going to work off of my slides here to tell. Okay. So I apologize again. Let me see if I can go through this without any other hitches. So the question I come up with all the time is why collaborate with other people? And it gives me an opportunity to learn a lot more, through other people, other artists and of different sorts. But I think one thing that I like to do when I work with other people is try to sort through relevant information. I'm talking on the phone here, relevant information that intrigues me and intrigues other people too, so we can share those qualities. Am I still coming through? Can you hear me? Well, I'm going to go through this and hopefully it's working. The second thing is, what are some of the questions involved in a collaborative project? Why go through it? What stimulates the artists, the group of artists that are working together?
Plus 919.
I'm sorry. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Zara plus
Hello? Yes. Hello? 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 This is just not working.
You're able to listen, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Now everybody is able to hear.
So I'm still on this first slide. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna start going through these. I'm sorry about all the feedback and everything else. And it's very early here, so I'm not sure it's working. The first example I wanted to share with you, well, really should go back to this, is it?
Zara plus 91945.
Goodness. Hello? Oh, I need the phone. Okay. So the audio on the phone is presented in the conference. Am I correct? Okay. I'll just keep talking. My first collaborative project I did several years ago, and it involves working with imagery that is from a dictionary, that is pulled from a dictionary, and photographs. And the reason that we put these two together, the show is called Duplex, based upon a living environment with two families together, and the sort of families that we're bringing together here are imagery that is taking place in this dictionary, illustrating certain content, nouns primarily, and then photographs that are paired with them. This project was done in an abandoned office building in downtown DC. And you can see the photographs and the imagery coming together here. This is a form of collaboration of language. Both images are directly a result of observations. The illustrations are more or less like technical or diagrammatical illustrations, and they're paired with these photographs. And there were a series of sets of these that we composed and hung them on the windows with suction cups. So this was a temporary pop-up show that we did in Washington, I think in 2018. The next project, see if this can go a little bit more smoothly. We were invited to show at the Asheville Art Museum, which is our regional art museum, for a show that was called Appalachian Now, an interdisciplinary survey of contemporary art in Southern Appalachia. And it existed for 6 months. And the show involved a number of things. And so I wanted to put this down. The group is called Working Man Collective, and this is a bunch of people that have gotten together and produced this composite work. Working Man Collective is a collaborative group of artists and other professionals whose membership goals and missions change with each project. Contributors conduct individual studio practices that take a conceptual approach to communication through form, using a broad range of materials and fabrication techniques. Often guided by the public, their projects explore the nature of cooperation, invention, and a chance to produce new information that is integrated into the art experience. Ultimately, these projects seek to generate environmental awareness, stimulate population its hometown history, and urge participants into strengthening relationships within their neighborhoods. So this is a kind of a manifesto, if you will, for Working Man Collective, and the people change all the time. The people on this project include Tom Ashcraft and Peter Wynette, who did the building of this structure, this boat, out of cherry wood. And then Georgia Deal and Tom Ashcraft did the woodcut print of this map that I'll show you in a minute. And the song that it has been written is called The French Broad, and that is played by Mountain Bitters and these group of people involved in it. And I did the album jacket, print folio, graphic design for the project. So here is the project. This is Georgia and Tom's map, which is a print. This is the boat that was built out of cherry wood. And it has an audio portion, which is the song by the aforementioned group. And then this is the package with the narrative or the parts of the song written down. This is a detail here. Next one. It's called Craft, and that's the packaging with vellum. And this is the layout, the French Broad song by Mountain Bitters. And what I tried to emulate here with the typography is the rhythm of the music itself. And you can see the chorus here in light type going through the vellum.
Sarah, +91.
Hello. Hello,
Zara, plus
hello. Hello. Yes, hello. Slide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm on, do you see where the record album is? It says French Broad, there's a record. Well, I don't have the, oh, slide 12. Yes. I don't know what's wrong with this computer, why we don't get audio. Can you still hear me through the Hello? Okay, are we on slide 12? Are we on slide 12? Okay. All right, this is the 12-inch album that was produced with the music. This is the boat, and I'm going to play, well, I can't play it. You can play it. Go around. There's a audio button on 13. Can you play that? Does it play? It is playing? Okay. Well, what you're listening to is the record being played. And if you look at the picture of the boat in the gallery, the music is playing off of that little recorder and the paddles beat up against the wall. At the end of the exhibition, you hear these little taps against the wall with the oars. And at the end of the exhibition, the scuff marks from the oars exist as the remnants of the show. So in all, the exhibition existed just in terms of this installation, but the packaging of the portfolio and the album and everything else was a part of the collaborative work. Now I'm going to move to Shantiniketan, and the slide is 14 of 34. I spent some time with my good friend Pankaj Panwar. Some of you may know him, who is one of the amazing faculty at Visva Bharati University in Shantiniketan. And one of the things that impressed me during that residency were a lot of common languages of building, of stacking, of information that existed, certainly new to me, certainly not new to Pankaj, but I pulled from all of these resources a kind of a memory of my being there, of my residency. So one of this is slide 15. One of my memories, fond memories, was visiting these two artists, one architect and ceramist, and this house they lived in was built totally out of mud. And I found it very interesting in terms of the curves and the architecture and the appointments as you walk through the house, very, very different than I've ever experienced before. Next slide. here are some of the pieces of information that I was gathering as I was walking around the village there and in town. And Pankaj and I would walk around, talk, and photograph things from our cell phones. And we kind of picked up on the local landscape, the local architecture, and other kinds of features. So slide 17 shows you some of the drawings that I did as a result of that. You can see where, you know, the pile of bricks comes from previous images. But the other thing I was interested in was some of these architectural nuances that are very different from Western architecture. And we ended up, slide 18, drawing, both of us drawing from our experiences, both literally and figuratively, and then eventually combining them with the photographs that we had taken as we were walking around the area. And so these are some of my drawings and his drawings. Pankaj on the right. Again, this is slide 20. Pankaj drawing of the dog on the right and my abstract, somewhat architectural drawing on the left. What we did was we put together drawings like almost like window labels to window into the content of the photograph and sandwich them together or sync them together to tell the story of place and inspiration. And we produced a series of large-scale prints with the drawings interposed on top of them. So this is slide 21. And the show is called Place Hybrid Space. And I'll read the nature of the show. The space of place, the experience of place, the time in place, the travel to and from place, the meeting in place, the memory of place. And that's what the show is about. It's also translated into Bengali and also the written form of that as well. And the exhibition existed in 2021. This gives you the idea of the scale of the prints. They're 104 inches long by about 42 inches high on very heavy rag paper. So these are some of the diptychs that we've produced together. So once again, you see a combination of my drawing and his drawing on a collective photographs of both of ours. This is slide 22. That's a flat version of that. Slide 23. Here's another print. Slide 24. Slide 25 is another one, and slide 26 is another one. And this one was featured on the poster. And I think one of the things that you can see in this print, for example, is there is a somewhat subtle relationship to the forms in the photographs, but there's also kind of a nuance of what we all, both of us, found to be kind of a derivative idea that comes from the landscape. And as we're exploring that, we're taking our own memories of the landscape and putting it together with these photographs. Finally, we produced a small version, kind of a catalog of the show with the elements of the photographs and the nature of the text and the packaging for the book itself. And that's slide 27. And then the last project here is Do Quotidian. And Do Quotidian is an exhibition that, let me get here, on page, or on panel 29. This is a large format broadside with 41 participants. Do Quotidian means in Latin, ordinary objects, something very ordinary. And each one of these participants in the show were asked to pick something very special or unique that they felt accustomed to, that were part of their life, part of their memory. And the photograph of the object was placed adjacent to the photograph of the person. What I did for this particular project is do the broadside. I laid out the broadside and the typography and so forth. And so figure 30 is the show, and you can see these photographs are very large. And on the front, you can see the table displaying the publication. Here's another one. And here's another one. So you can see they're very ordinary objects, nothing special, but they also tell a story about the person, and the person tells a story about the object. And here's another shot of the objects in the shows, which are separated for display purposes. And then finally, let me leave you with this. And once again, I apologize for the technical difficulties here. But in terms of collaborative projects, one thing I do when I go into these is listen very hard to the people that I'm talking with on a project, and try to figure out what best works in terms of my vocabulary and their vocabulary, and coming up with a solution. And the solution is always something not quite clear, because it infuses the synchronicity between both of us, or many of us. So I put these two slides up, one architecture, obviously, and one kind of the glitz of trinkets in a bazaar. And this happens to be in Delhi, I believe. And the question that also always remains with everything in my mind is, what is universal and what is unique? And you look at both of these images and you find unique and universal qualities in each. In making these collaborative projects, the goal, I think, certainly in my case, is to find both a unique vocabulary and a universal application, and work with other people to merge these together to come up with a form that is an answer to many questions, but at the same time, it's not a binary answer. There's a gray area in the middle of it, and it comes from the sensibility of the collaborators. So that is my presentation, and I apologize for all the difficulties that we're having here. Thank you very much.
In the night and he has been continuously awake. I think students, participants, professors and everyone, he deserves a round of applause. And please see, हम लोगों के यहाँ हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, फलों से लदा हुआ पेड़ झुका हुआ ही होता है. See to the genuinity which he has, and he was so apologetic towards every other glitches which was everyone can understand was technical one. It was an overwhelming experience, sir, and it was an honor to hear you. Thanks again. Thanks a lot, Professor Jicha. Thanks again. Professor Jicha, am I audible to you? Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, I can hear you, and thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, and next, proceeding to our next speaker, everyone. Achha, before that, I think everyone is a bit exhausted for the accent and because of the various glitches. I would like you all to clap for yourself for the patience you all have. आपको अपने लिए इतनी ताली बजानी है, मुझे तो लगता है मैं अपने लिए और जोर से ताली बजा सकती हूँ. A little louder once again, the students and everyone. Thank you. That was such a morale boost. That was a huge morale boost. Coming to our next speaker. I need to change it. Okay. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to introduce a luminary in the realm of art, education, and cultural heritage, Professor D.S. Kapoor. Let us hear about him a lot more from Abhilasha.
I encourage us to dwell further into the expertise of Professor D.S. Kapoor. Hailing from a lineage steeped in artistic tradition, he embodies the very essence of creativity, innovation, and dedication to his craft. Born into a family where art flowed in the blood, Professor D.S. Kapoor's journey began amidst the vibrant atmosphere of creativity fostered by his grandfather, Master Sundar Singh, and his father, Master Sujan Singh. Both renowned figures in the artistic circles. From this corridors of the Government College of Art, Chandigarh, to the prestigious National Institute of Design, Kurukshetra, Professor D.S. Kapoor academic and professional trajectory has been marked by excellence and unwavering commitment to the world of art. As an art educationist, art historian, and artist of repute, Professor D.S. Kapoor's contribution extends far beyond the confines of the studio. His seminal work, History and Heritage, stands as a testament to his tireless efforts in the rich tapestry of artistic evolution spanning over a century. Through his leadership as principal of Government College of Art, Chandigarh, and later as the Dean of the State University of Performing and Visual Arts, Rohtak, he has not only nurtured the talents of countless aspiring artists, but also started initiatives to promote cultural heritage and artistic expression on the global scale. A recipient of numerous awards and accolades, including the prestigious State Awards for his outstanding contributions to art and culture, Professor D.S. Kapoor's impact reverberates across the artistic landscape. His vision, coupled with the relentless pursuit of excellence, have left an indelible mark on the artistic community, inspiring generations to come. Thank you.
everyone again who I need to say, please give a good round of applause. He is an eminent speaker. It is a privilege to hear him. Welcome, sir. Give me the chair. We can give you a collar mic in the chair.
A very good afternoon to all of you. My friend Mr. Lalit, Manish Arora, dignitaries, faculty and students. I feel great honor to be here among you at the Temple of Creativity and Creation. I'm not a good speaker, I'm an artist. So my topic is art as a universal language. So I think first I try to motivate you with my story. I always tell one story for some motivation. It is the story of an artist, Kalakar. I will use both Hindi and English. The story of an artist, sculptor. एक स्कल्पटर था, वो मूर्तियां बना के बाजार में बेचा करता था. He used to sell the sculpture of God and goddesses in the market. तो मेलों में जाना, वहां पे इसमें मूर्तियां बेचनी, कई बार उसकी मूर्तियां बिकी, कभी नहीं बिकी. And he was always not happy कि भगवान मुझे आपने कलाकार क्यों बनाया. मैं तो भूखा रहता हूँ, बच्चों को नहीं पाल सकता. There's a problem in the family. There's no money. लोग मेरा आर्ट नहीं खरीदते, मेरी मूर्तियां नहीं खरीदते. So एक पछतावा सा दे रहा था भगवान को. तो एक दिन एक मेला लगा शिवरात्रि का, तो मूर्तियां लेके गया. बरसात आई और उसकी मूर्तियां नहीं बिकी, वो बेचारा अकेला घर आ रहा था. तो उसने देखा कि एक बहुत बड़ा कोठी है, हाउस है, उसमें एक सेठ जी बैठ के आराम से चिकन और दारू पी रहे हैं, बहुत एंजॉय कर रहे हैं लाइफ. तो उसने गिल्ट फेस किया, भगवान मुझे आपने ये सेठ को नहीं बनाया, मैं भी एंजॉय करता. तो भगवान ने उसकी बात मान ली एंड ही वाज, उसको भी एक कोठी दे दी, एक घर दे दिया. वो कहता है अब नाउ मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मैं मुझे भी एक घर मिल गया है, कोठी मिल गई है, मैं रिच शहर का रिच अमीर आदमी हूँ. तो टाइम बीतता गया. कुछ दिन के बाद कुछ चोर आए, उन्होंने उसका सारा सामान चोरी किया, उसकी मनी, उसका गोल्ड उठा के ले गए. तो उसने उनको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, नहीं पकड़ पाया. तो आगे जाके एक पुलिसमैन दरोगा वो चला रहा था, पकड़ो पकड़ो, तो उसको पुलिसमैन ने पकड़ लिया, थानेदार ने. उसका सारा जितना भी सामान लूटा हुआ था उसको वापस करा दिया. देन आर्टिस्ट थॉट ऑफ कि भगवान अब मेरे से कोई ताकतवर है तो ये पुलिसमैन है, दरोगा है, मैं तो क्या ये सेठ बन गया हूँ. मेरे से ताकतवर तो पुलिसमैन है, तो मुझे पुलिसमैन को नहीं बना देते. भगवान ने उसकी बात मान ली और उसको पुलिसमैन देकर थानेदार अपॉइंट कर दिया शहर में, हाथ में एक डंडा दे दिया. सो कहते रहा आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम रूलिंग द सोसाइटी. अपने डंडा लेके घूमता रहता है, लोगों को तंग किया जैसे पुलिसमैन करते हैं समटाइम, वैसे दे आर वेरी गुड पीपल. कहते अब मैं सारी सोसाइटी में रूल कर रहा हूँ. टाइम बीतता गया. तो एक दिन मंत्री जी आए शहर के अंदर और उसकी ड्यूटी लगा दी उन्होंने चौराहे के ऊपर पुलिसमैन की, टू कंट्रोल द ट्रैफिक. तो इट वाज वेरी हॉट डे, जून का महीना था. तो कहता है ये बड़ी गर्मी हो रही है और मेरी ड्यूटी लगी है, मैं बड़ा परेशान हो रहा हूँ. थॉट ऑफ गर्मी कहाँ से आ रही है, सूरज से आ रही है. तो देन व्हाई नॉट, मैं सूरज को नहीं बन जाता. भगवान ने इसकी बात मान ली और बिकेम सन. बड़ा खुश हुआ कि मैं सूरज बन गया हूँ. तो वहां जाके उसने अपने टेम्परेचर और ज्यादा किया, लोगों को बहुत गर्मी थी, 50 डिग्री कर दिया और लोगों को तंग करना शुरू कर दिया. कहता है आई एम फीलिंग हैप्पी, लोग तरफ रहे हैं, मुझे मजा आ रहा है गर्मी से. तो कुछ दिनों के बाद एक बादल आए, बादलों ने आगे सूरज की सारी गर्मी को रोक दिया, जैसे करते हैं बादल. फिर से सोचा ये क्या हो गया, मेरी गर्मी और मेरी हीट कहाँ चली गई है। क्या कि ये बादल आए हैं, उन्होंने तेरी सारी हीट रोक दी है। फिर भगवान को प्रे कि मुझे बादल होना चाहिए, तो बादल बन गया एंड स्टार्ट मूविंग अराउंड द ग्लोब। वहां घूमते रहे। तो कहता है वेरी हैप्पी, मैं तो बहुत फ्रीली घूम रहा हूँ, आई एम वेरी हैप्पी। तो एक दिन बादल जाके टकराए माउंट एवरेस्ट की चोटी से, उसका सारा पानी निकल गया और बादल खुश हो गए। तो ये थॉट ऑफ ये आगे क्या आया था, मैं क्यों ऐसे हो गया, कहते ये माउंट एवरेस्ट था, वहां पे आप टक्कर होने से हुआ है, भगवान मुझे माउंट एवरेस्ट बना दो। then it became पर्वत बन गया, माउंट एवरेस्ट बन गया। तो इट वॉज हैप्पी कि मैं अब दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची चोटी पे हूँ, आई एम हैप्पी। कुछ दिन के बाद उसको कुछ आवाजें आनी शुरू हुई, जैसे कोई लेके ना थोड़ा लेके टक 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 कर रहा है। तो उसने कहा ये बॉडी के ऊपर कौन प्ले कर रहा है, हु इज दैट फर्स्ट फेलो। तो देखा कि एक आर्टिस्ट उसकी रॉक में से, जो पर्वत की रॉक होती है उसमें से एक मूर्ति कार्विंग कर रहा था। मैंने थॉट ऑफ ये मेरे से स्ट्रॉन्ग ये मूर्तिकार कलाकार है, तो भगवान बाई रोड मुझे भगवान ये कलाकार बना दो। सो वो वापस आर्टिस्ट बन गया। सो दिस इज स्टोरी ऑफ एन आर्टिस्ट। पूरे ब्रह्मांड में घूम के आर्ट, सो नॉट टेक इट एट इजी कि आप आर्टिस्ट हो, यू शुड बी लकी, वेरी लकी टू बी एन आर्टिस्ट एंड आर्ट एंड डिजाइन। The coming time, art and design will survive. So you are very fortunate. So, जैसे कि मेरे को बोल रहा है कि I'm very fortunate, rather blessed. The third generation of teacher and student, where my father and grandfather served. So, I also feel honored to be the heading 3 prime institution of the country. So I have traveled from art to design. I have absorbed the art, architecture, and the film and television, and the design. So my topic is art as a universal language. Slide 1 करना. Slide 1. One. Tell me one. Starts now. So I called art as the language. एक तो लैंग्वेज होती है और मदर टंग मीन स्पोकन एट होम, जो हमारे मदर्स या हमारे पेरेंट्स सिखाते हैं। एंड वी हैव रिसेंटली हमारे सेलिब्रेटेड इंटरनेशनल मदर टंग डे आल्सो ऑन 21st February. But you see across the world there are more than 7,000 languages. They are oral languages are mostly the spoken languages, and more than there are more than 4,065 languages are written across the country, across the world. In India, there are more than 19,000 spoken languages, and in 22 are written languages like Gujarati, Punjabi, Bengali, all that. And more than 30 languages are approved by the government of India as written languages. But see, the world literacy rate is at the 2020 was 87%, and India it is 74%. So why not we should consider art as a universal language? It is a very beautiful language which you all can understand. I'll tell you again one little story. It was the World Environment Day. We all were celebrating, and that I was the principal of College of Art. My wife is well qualified, double MA, B.Ed, M.Ed, and Phil. I don't know. Criticize me. आर्टिस्ट निकम्मे होते हैं, आर्ट में क्या रखा है, चिड़िया फूल तोते बनाओ, आर्ट हो गया. So I was not happy about it. I called her, you are a good literary person. She was the MA in literature. I said, you write one essay on how to save our environment, because that was the environment day. And I told her to write an essay how to save the environment and write beautifully one page. So I given full marks. You are writing very beautifully. And she said, "Dekha, hum bade talent hote hain." So then I said, okay, now I want you to illustrate your story in a visual form, in a graphic form, which all can understand. If you can do. कई महीने बीत गए, नहीं हुआ. मैंने कहा नहीं, try to do your explain your story in a visual form. Then she said, मेरे से नहीं होता. Then immediately I draw a piggy bank and one leaf going inside. Like, what is this save environment? So this was the visual story. I'll show you that slide also. So now we go back. So this is the language of the Stone Age people, how they communicate with each other with that type of language. These are the symbolic language which was created on the walls of stones to understand and to guide or for the way awareness. So now I come to my point. In the world, there are major discoveries are there, invented. The many discoveries have, but the 5 discoveries which change the lifestyle of the people. And the first was the fire, second was the wheel, third was the light, another was sound, and the printing. Now I'll go into detail. Whatever. So see, the fire was invented at the Stone Age. Then it is going to the chulla. Chulla is a work of art or a work of design. It is a form created by an artist or a designer. Chulla itself is a work of art and design. After that, that fire goes to the Angitis. Your grandmothers must be knowing more than Angitis, where the fire is burning. And after that, the fire goes to fire was used in the stove, kerosene stove. You can see the form of artistic form of stoves. I mean, must be designed by a designer or an artist. A design was a part of an art earlier. Now the design is one discipline. So again, that's now we have LPG stove, gas stove and all that. And we have hot plate also. The fire is missing and we are cooking the food. This is a journey and innovation of the fire. And to see how art and technology joined the fire to have such, wonder. Similarly, we have a wheel. The wheel, it was difficult for me to come, I think within half an hour, within 1 hour from Chandigarh to Lucknow. This is the innovation of wheel. See, the first stone wheels are there. The stone was carved into round shape for the movement. Later, that we use the wood block and we have a different type of design wheel. Just for the movement, said live movement, otherwise it was very difficult for the movement. So this is the journey of a wheel and the use of art and design and the technology. This is very important for you to see what the ancient time, but there was no school of art, no school of design. But the innovation was going on. Must be done by the creative people like you. Next. Light. Light is very important. You can see the light in the hall. So what was the first light came from the sun and the stars. and then light goes into mud, terracotta lamp. Now we have, I think, using some oil in the lens, and later we have Thomas Edison created a lamp, and we have now LEDs and all that. Moreover, we can now saving the electricity, saving the energy by LEDs and all that. This is the innovation and journey of a light. Next. The sound is also very important. Sound जो I'm speaking, the sound which is recorded. What is the journey of a sound? Thomas Edison first created a gramophone for the recorded sound, and see the journey of a sound. Now you can record your creativity, your songs, your voice, anything in the pen drive. This is a long journey of a sound. How to travel from CDs, record player, then CDs, then you have a cassette player, and now we have a pen drive, and now we have a cloud and all that. So this is a journey of a sound. Next. This is very important. As the printing started, all the knowledge which was kept by the peoples, they came into a print form. Otherwise, the knowledge was the people did not like to share. So after the printing, see now how we travel from a letterpress printing to tableau to photogravure or offset printing, and now we have a digital printing, which I think you must be having in the college and all that. This is a journey of a printing. You can see how the machines were invented, how the printing started. So now I came to my point. India is the only country in the world जहाँ पे वेदों में 64 कलाओं का जिक्र है, 64 arts, 64 arts, combination of craft and art. You see, you study the Vedas, so the art, 64 arts are mentioned. उसमें यानी painting, sculpture, weaving, tailoring, carpentry, even your pottery, all 64 arts are there. And even cooking is also one of the art. In the mentioned 64 arts of study, I don't like to, very, say, हमारे major 5 arts हैं वो वास्तुकला, शिल्पकला, चित्रकला, साहित्यकला, and संगीतकला. They are the major 5 arts taken by the Lalit Kalas. Other 59 arts are based on craft. So earlier, a person known as a weaver or a जिसको हम कहते हैं दर्जी है या मोची है. Now they are known as dress designers, shoe designers, furniture designers. So this is the role of design. Now we have a design schools, and we have very qualified furniture designers, qualified porters, qualified fashion designers, and all that. So this was the process of teaching. How to teach 64 art and craft at the Gurukul Parampara. Next. I mentioned 64 art, where Vidya and all are mentioned. No time to these are the, artisans or the craftsmen working earlier. They were known as the mostly carpenter, weavers, and all that. Now they are known as designers. Yes. Some visual. I like to show you. This is the visual. What did it depict? Nothing is written. It shows save water. The only graphic visual shows save water. There will be problem in the coming time. So graphically, symbol is used. Save water. Next. This is the design. How the concept environment. And this is going in the big event. is also how to save environment. This is one graphic. This is also graphical visual save money. No matter, no nothing return. This was the big more will. This is what the accidentally found next. Say food don't destroy it. Only visual. They express the language. Same energy, green energy. Next. I mean, the health problem. Protect your heart. So all visual, I mean, I like to explain the visual, how to understand the visual language. That why I called it is, why not it is a universal language. I like that, I mean, there should be one pledge also, the organizers of the university. The student while convocation, they should take pledge that I will serve the humanity with my original art and communicate for the better living. So I think this, all these doctors, engineers, and other professions, they both after taking the degree. So I think in the art also it should be the pledge. Now I'd like to show some of my digital work. So we'll meet again after lunch, then share.
Thank you, sir, for your informative lecture, which not only lighted our brains but also lit a flame of inspiration among each of us. Thank you for your valuable insights that enhanced our experience. You are a true visionary. Your contribution continues to inspire and shape the future of design. And you made the pledge that we will surely be taking over as an artist to be taken. Next, I would like to invite our next speaker, Shri Lalit Kumar Das ji. It is with great pleasure and honor that I introduce you to the next visionary in the field of industrial design. Let's hear about him more from Abhilasha, from Purvi.
I would gradually like to elaborate. With a career marked by innovation, compassion, and a relentless pursuit of excellence, Professor Lalit Kumar Das has left an indelible mark on the world of design. A graduate of the prestigious IIT Kanpur, Mr. Lalit Kumar went on to further hone his skills with a master's degree in design engineering from IIT Delhi, followed by a Master of Art in Industrial Design from the esteemed Royal College of Art, London. Armed with a diverse education background, Mr. Lalit Kumar embarked on a journey of exploration and discovery, delving into the depths of design with unwavering curiosity and passion. Throughout his illustrious career, he has demonstrated a profound commitment to the principles of inclusive design, advocating for the creation of products and solutions that cater to the diverse needs of society. From designing products for the differently able to conceptualizing education initiatives for artisans, Mr. Lalit's work embodies a deep sense of empathy and social responsibility. As pioneering figure in the industrial education at IIT Delhi, he developed a program that seamlessly blends design sensibilities with industrial practicism, nurturing a new generation of designers poised to make a meaningful impact on the world stage. The students have gone on to distinguish themselves at the national and international design competitions, testament to his exceptional mentorship and guidance. Beyond academia, he has been actively involved in shaping national design policy and promoting artisan development. He has served as a jury member for numerous design awards, contributed to the development of the national design policy, and campaigned the cause of sustainable design and curricular economy. May I please request for his presence at the stage with a big round of applause.
Next. As soon as you say next, the students from there they have the access to it.
मैं नहीं चेंज कर सकता
आप नहीं चेंज कर पाएंगे
क्यों
हमें क्योंकि ये एक्सेस नहीं है
हमें यहाँ पे डालना पड़ेगा तभी
एक्सेस शेयर करना
विकल्प ना फटाफट हो जाएगा मैं तेजी से करूंगा फिर उसमें तेजी से हो जाएगा ना एक्सेस तो स्पीकर को दे दिया हाँ वो आसान हो जाता है ना फिर वो संभाल लेता है हाँ ठीक है यहाँ से नेक्स्ट स्लाइड It's really a pleasure to be here at the MIT University and to share my thoughts on art and beyond. And what I plan to do as part of this talk is take you through a series of aphorisms, a series of short sutras, which I think is so important for us to understand what art is and to go beyond. We never get stuck. I think that's very, very important in art, that we should never get stuck. My first aphorism is our understanding of what is art limits our capacity to see what is beyond. It builds our vision of the future. So it's very, very important that you have a broad understanding of what art is. If your understanding is narrow, then it is bound to narrow your vision of what is the future of art and what lies beyond. Just remember these few sutras, you will never be stuck in life. Artist is the reason for the art. Focus on the artist and their process. Understanding the working of artists will help us understand art and what lies beyond. Somehow we get too stuck with the art and we ignore the artist. And this happens often. We get stuck in some art movement. We forget about the artist. And we talk of medium, we get stuck in medium, oil painting and watercolor. We forget about the artist. It is the artist who created the oil paint. It is the artist who created the watercolor. It is the artist who creates the new medium.
So focus on the artist, which is very important. An artist creates sensory experience. The sensory experience triggers feelings and emotion. This in turn directs our cognition. And this is important. That an artist creates essentially sensory experience. Okay? And we have, as an artist, we have to continuously create new sensory experiences, which will direct our cognition and thinking. There is an art associated with every sense. And I think Dr. Kapoor brought this out very well when he was talking of 64 colors. There are more than 5 senses. Traditionally, we think of only 5 senses. But today, science talks of more than 5 senses. And there are art forms associated with each. If more senses are engaged in experience, more intense is the experience, the feelings and the cognition. And so it is our objective to create art which engages more and more senses. A new medium creates a new art form. And it's very important for young artists and designers to constantly explore the new medium. Don't just get stuck with the traditional medium. It's okay, you must know the traditional medium also, but it is your job also to discover new medium. Okay? And what art can happen. A new purpose also creates a new art form. So think in terms of new art forms or new mediums, and also think in terms of new purpose for art. Okay? And often, if you look back into the history of art, we get stuck with the purpose of art. And there are periods in the history of art that we have confined themselves to a certain purpose, and then it has taken us some time to break away from that purpose and focus our attention on a new purpose. Our inclination, likes, dislikes, and prejudices directs our journey. It directs where we will go and not go, what we will create and not create. And today, if AI is baffling us with its creativity, it is because it has no specific inclination, likes or dislikes. Its inclination, likes, and dislikes are embedded in the prompts that you give. And whatever prompts you give, it starts creating. But unfortunately, we as artists often get confined with our own personal prejudices and likes and dislikes. So free yourself from that. Unless you free yourself from that, it's not possible for you to be creative. Scale too creates a new art form, and you must explore with scale. Okay? Today we are talking of Webb telescope, Hubble telescope, we are talking of microscopes, electron microscope, and they all have created a new vision as to what is possible. And it's important to look into that. Viewpoint too creates an entirely new art experience. Art begins with creating a method, an object, or an event. It ends with an experience. Okay? So art always begins with a method, an object, or an event, but ends with an experience. The painting is an art. The model too is an art. The act is an art. The event is an art. And the experience is an art. It's important to understand this. And we often do not do that. We just think that painting is the art. Art is a method. Art is an object. Art is an event. Art is an experience. And here I show an image of everybody sitting around using their mobile phones. And this is what design has done. So design too is a method. Design too is an object. Design too is an event. Design too is an experience. Okay? But it is an experience that takes you to a destination. It changes the way you live. And this is the difference between art and design. Just some examples how we can get stuck. And if you look at the history of art, at least from the medieval times onwards, obviously the kings were the patrons, and so they got the attention of the artists, and they would get the artists to paint their glory. But gradually it shifts to the life of the royalty, and artists are painting that. And then it takes quite a few centuries or quite a few decades before they start painting the common man. And then the trades of the common man, the businesses of the common man. And then painting the urban landscape, the urban homes, things like that, which is the creation of the man itself. And then painting nature. So it takes a lot of time to people to move from, to free themselves and start observing and celebrating nature itself. And then you see here how the simple concept of a portrait can be rendered in different ways. It's very interesting. This is the opening of the mind is so important. So as a young student, you have to really work at different levels. You can be very realistic. You paint and draw what you see, but you have to go beyond, and you have to dwell in your cognitive process, the creative process, the process of seeing, and then work your art around that. And then, of course, the concept of intention is very important in art, and it's often asked what is the intention of the artist. And here again, you try to go beyond intention. And when you go beyond intention, you are essentially focusing on the primordial process of creation itself. And then, of course, photography, films, CGI, and AR, VR, they all come in, and how it modifies or extends the domain of design is something that we have to look at and keep exploring. Then, of course, crop circles, creating art at a very, very large scale, or just working with sand on pieces, or working like Jensen on moving architecture. So these are moving machines because of the wind movement, they walk around the beach. And here is some work done by my students using gravity sketch. Yeah. And I would very strongly recommend that all art programs must buy a couple of VR sets and let their students get into it right now. And then, of course, tourism and art. Here's a sketch from South Africa. Now we are using art to promote tourism. Somehow I find that in India, we say, okay, when I go abroad, they have the walls painted and so on and so forth. It's such a big job here. Maybe we just give it away on go exploration or some such thing. We need to have some art competitions for street art. Even the sculptures for open spaces, public spaces, or even for public furniture, open furniture, outdoor furniture. And here is another excellent example of art, which we see at Ames Crossing in Delhi. And what I find is that even though this art has been there around, nobody has ever vandalized it. Nobody has cut out those stainless steel piece and sold it to the market. So art, by its sheer beauty, inculcates a sense of loyalty towards the art. You protect it. So that is the beauty of art. And I think we must make use of this. The more beautiful art we create in our surrounding, we will also create good human beings in our society. This is the last slide, and often there is talk of PhD in art, and there is this question, what is the original contribution to knowledge? And I'm just trying to bring out the entire domain of knowledge. And there is knowledge which is based on reflection, like Buddha is there, like Aristotle is there, like Plato is there. So these are they are contributing to knowledge through reflection. And there is knowledge through observation, through telescopes and microscopes and instrumentation and so on. So the knowledge is significant, understanding about the universe. And then there are physicists and chemists who are making theoretical formulation on what has been observed, and they are contributing to the development of knowledge. But foremost is the knowledge through experience exploration, and that's where the artist is working on. And it's important to appreciate that. The fact is that the first musician was not copying any sounds which were there in the nature. He was creating his own sounds, and he was weaving them into music. And that is not only true of the musician, it is also true of the dancer. The movements of the dancer are not there in nature. He's creating those movements. And that is true of everything, even cooking. So let's say boiling process and baking process, and they are not there in nature. He's inventing them and he's creating new art forms. And I think it's important to understand what art in its basic genesis is. With these few words, I will close. I know we are running behind time. If there are some questions, I'll be very happy to answer them. Thank you very much. Any questions you have? Young boys, girls? If you look at traditional artisan, he used to work at 3 levels. One was he would be creating for the local heart, the local weekly heart. The second level at which he was working was he was creating for very special occasions, special festivities. गांव में मुंडन हो रहा है किसी का, दिवाली आई है. And then there is a third level, and that third level where he was creating something for the kings and the rich people. So that work was sponsored. The type of work you see today done by craftsmen in 5-star hotels. And I think it's important for you as artists to also think in that level. So for your day-to-day living, maybe you have to create what is most respected in the society or what is sold. But you must find time to stretch yourself and do something more, something different, something exceptional. So with these few words, thank you.
I hope you all must have noticed the bird's eye detailing done by Sir in crisp words, which kept us intact. Thank you, sir. You're valuable which not for your valuable advices, which not only lighted our intellects, but also blazed a flame of motivation in each of us. We appreciate your valuable contributions to the conference experience. A round of applause, please. Next, I would like to announce for the parallel sessions and for the lunch also. We proceed for the lunch after this. For the dignitaries, they will be proceeding towards the VIP lounge, and for the registered participants, you need to go at the backside of the Audi for the lunch. In accordance with it, after the lunch, that we will be having the poster display competition that will be held by 2:30. That will be held by 2:30. The participants, please make it sure that you are there at your venue for the poster competition. Also, I am announcing the venues for the upcoming paper presentation. Please note down the various venues, and the online participants also need to hear this quite keenly. For offline paper, you need to come back here at the same venue. For online presentation session 3C, the participants need to connect with the session 3C, and the organizers of the same will be sitting in the back side of the Audi, left side of the room, and left side room at the back of the Audi. Organizer of the session is Ms. Nidhi Singh. And for the online presentation session 3B, please note it down, session 3B, this shall be conducted at first floor, left side room at the back of the session, and the organizer is Mr. Gaurav Rawat. In any case where you are not able to connect, I would request you all to please connect on the WhatsApp group and do share your problems of the connection or any issue. With this, I would request all to proceed for the lunch and gather for the poster display competition by 2:30 at the given venues and the other parallel sessions also. Thank you all for all the attention and all the patience of listening. We will meet you in the valedictory session. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Only registered participants along with the coupons are allowed for the lunch. They have to proceed for the lunch at the back of the lounge. Students, please proceed there along with your coupons.
Hello.
Hello. Registered participants
No.
Hello.
Hello.
To be presented here.
Means it is not a color. हम सोचेंगे it is also affected the So, this is my thought. Can you imagine our color without our world without color? No. Only 7 color is showing. Why only 7 colors showing? Not the 6, not the 8. So this is one of the questions. And you can see, you can correlate some color in our living world. The same color of the rainbow is reflecting in the peacock feather. Same sequence also. So it is very amazing how the animals are tracking this, how it is flowing. The 7 color is everywhere. You can see the flower, fruit, plant, pigments. So 7 color everywhere. I am continuously working for the last 3 years. I am getting amazing results. From bacterial system, there are the 7 type of bacteria, 7 colored bacteria in our biosphere. Can you imagine? Not 8, not 6, the 7 color only. Different type of bacteria. And now the very basic plant, we can call it algae. And again the algae is showing the 7 color. The deep sea algae, the freshwater algae, और हम कहते हैं उसको जो जिसके हम फिसलते हैं, that is a sign of bacteria. It is showing the green and the blue color. Again you can see the plant world, flowers, fruits, leaves, roots, vegetables. Everywhere there is a 7 color. The yellow color flower, the red color flower with different type of vegetables, nutrition also vegetables and the Here I want to show you some sponges, very basic type of animals in the marine world, maybe the fresh water, maybe the salty water. They are showing the colors. So there is an evolution. I am coming to that side that there is an evolution of color. Now the animal world, the higher animals. Butterfly, the beautiful world of the butterfly. They are showing the 7 colors, 7 colored butterfly. Some butterflies have all the colors, all the 7 colors in them. You can see needle, you can see different rainbow fish is there, rainbow fish. Even the colors are our insight. When we call it chakra, what is the chakra? Chakra is our inner feeling. And it is developed by the meditation. So it is showing the 7 color and even the 7 color in the sequence. This is really amazing. And the color, when it is coming to the, means after decomposition of the plant and animal color, these color comes to the nature, and in the nature, mountains are of the 7 colors, your water bodies are the 7 colors, soil are the 7 colors. Again, the precious gems are of the 7 colors. Ruby and emerald, there are many. So how it is evolved? How the color is evolved? So every molecule is evolved from the very basic organism. That is the bacteria. From the bacteria it is evolved, and you can see the last stage is our humans. So it is the evolution of color. I call it evolution of the color. Vibrio is trapped as a microorganism. The color of the vibrio, color of the rainbow, all the 7 colors is trapped, flowing from the plants, and from the plants is the animals, and after decomposition, going back to abiotic component, the land, the air, and the water bodies. Going back, you can see the rainbow. It is not the half. We see half actually. Our visual effects is saying that it is half, but it is circle. You can see this circle. Circle is the touching to the earth and going back. So concept is mine, and visualization effects. I have collaborated with the art and fashion designing department, and Angad sir is with me, and Rishika, Giha, and the Salil has me. Next, please. Next one. Alright. So you can see this picture. It is made by the Rishika of our department, of your department. And I have explained my idea to Rishika, and Rishika explained it so beautifully. The color inside us, color outside us, and it is from the sun, it is trapping and plant animals. It is flowing in the plant and animals. Again, Rishika, I have told you to make it the circle. So, vibrio is the circle, touching the earth and going back with the color, giving the color to the earth, passing from all the organisms and going back. So, it can conclude that the color can neither be created. I have given the theory, this theory, and to the government of India. Color can neither be created nor destroyed, passes from one form to the other. Colors were trapped by the microbial world in the kingdom, passed in the animal kingdom, and flowed from biotic to abiotic. Biotic means living bird, abiotic means non-living, like soil, like air. There is a genetic and metrogeological evolution that took place for the color development in flora and fauna, and non-living component of our biosphere. This book is published. It is on Amazon about the colors. There is 7 colors everywhere. This is book about this. And after publishing this book, when I am going to the compiling the chapters, many students have written the chapter here. Then I came to know, yes, there's a flow. After writing this book, 43 chapters are there. So after writing 43 chapters, means I was editor and I am going to every chapter. Then I concluded this. It is not, we cannot say, okay, colors, but the colors are flowing. Colors are flowing in our biosphere. And it is the origin of the color, then the flow. This means in all the animals in the plant, and then back to nature. Next, please. So this is the 6 copyright that I have filed in the government patent office, and some are registered and some are in the process. There are 7 copyright. Next, please. Next, please. So first copyright, what is saying? There is a flow of vibrio in the planet. Next, please. Next, please. Second, 7 series of color. These are the minimum of 7 series. Minimum of 7 series. One of the poster is displayed there. It is showing the color, blood color. Blood is the series. Blood is developed in the series. Next, please. Chlorophyll and the melanin, most accepted pigment by the nature. It is the nature which is accepted. It is the only nature which is accepted. So the chlorophyll and melanin, because everywhere we can see green. So the nature has selected chlorophyll. And in the humans, nature has selected melanin. Humans and animals. Next. Metabolism in living organ is regulated by the sun. Actually, our every system, as I am faculty of biological sciences, so from the last 25 years, so I can say it's a regulation of every metabolism, somehow is related to the sun color that is produced by the sun, because you know we cannot survive with the rays of the sun. Next, please. And I have also discovered with the two faculty of our department, Dr. Sonia Chadda and Dr. Siali, that yes, diagnostic tool can be simple as the identification of the color. Means for the diagnostic purpose, we spend so much money, like 25,000, 20,000, it's a minimum, right? So the simple way to identify the disease is the one of the marker is the color. You identify the color in the body and you can say, yes, this may be the disease. After that, you can go and check other tools also. But very basically, we can say that, yes, this is the disease. Next. The sixth one is the transmission of 7 color of diffuse into circulatory system in animals via genetic evolution. The light trapping, that is the chlorophyll, is converted to the blood. Can you imagine? So what I am saying again, it is the evolution of color. What is the benefit of going through these studies? In the future, it can be understanding many complex metabolism, which is not studied so far. Answer of many diseases is it can explore answer to the many diseases. Evolutionary history, our evolutionary history started with the basic organisms, bacteria and the fungus and the viruses. More use of color pigment. What the other use of the color pigment? We'll discover. Better understanding of living and non-living and their interaction. It is make us more clear for the what is relationship between the living and the non-living and its interaction. Next, please. So this is the book. It is published on the Amazon. If you want, you can purchase. This is a lot of information of the colors. Next, please. Again, I am saying the same thing that all the colors of the pure violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, and orange and red. It is all the wavelength is trapped. Wavelength of these colors is trapped and flowed from the one organism to the other. Next, please. So thank you for your listening and cooperation. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? The students are here. It's all about your department, color. Any questions? If you want to work with me for the colors, so you are most welcome, students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative presentation. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Namita Srivastava from Amity Institute of Behavior and Applied Sciences for the paper presentation on title Effectiveness of Art Therapy on Mental Health, a Psychological Review. She's not here with us. Next, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Ayushi Garg from Amity School of Languages to present her paper on title Beyond the Picture Screen, the concept of beauty in the artistic poetry of Keats, Wordsworth, and Blake.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Warm welcome to HOI of Fashion Department and all the other HOIs, faculty members of Finance Department, and all the other faculty members and my dear students. The topic of my presentation is Beyond the Picturesque, the concept of beauty in the artistic poetry of Keats, Wordsworth, and Blake. Next slide, please. So the motive of having this research paper is to prove that poetry is also one of the fine arts. Historically, it has been recognized as a fine art, apart from the other fine arts that we have in terms of painting, sculpture, architecture, and music. But slowly, with the progress of time, it lost its flavor as a fine art and was considered a distinct art of its own accord. So, why can poetry still be considered a fine art? The first point is, of course, because it is historically recognized as a fine art. The second point is that it has a focus on aesthetics, which is also something, it is a kind of a glue that binds the other fine arts together. So, poetry prioritizes beauty, form, and aesthetic experience through the use of language, imagery, sound, rhythm, rhyme, tone, structure, all of these things. The third important point, which is very important for this paper also, is the emotional impact that poetry has. So whether we consider poetry as an aesthetic art form or a utilitarian art form, we always consider it as something that brings us to tears or that something that moves us, right? So poetry has the power to move, inspire, and even challenge us, challenge its audience, its readers, into sparking deep emotions and philosophical reflections. The exact objective of my research paper is that it aims to probe into the possibilities of interdisciplinary intersections between art, literature, and philosophy, vis-a-vis interpretation, critique, and appreciation of poet painters from the perspective of the philosophy of aesthetics, and at the same time, it attempts to explore the relationship between literature and visual arts, thereby initiating dialogue on artistic artistic inspiration in terms of how romantic poets conceptualized beauty. So, particularly if you look at my title, you would see the names of 3 British poets, and all these 3 British poets were white. They were also male poets. So here I want to make a case for such poets. Why have I chosen them in today's age and time when we are discussing about toppling the empire, about writing back to the empire? So here is a case. I am taking a few lines from my favorite writer, favorite thinker, Harold Bloom, who was born along with me. Not along with me, obviously. He would have been very old if he existed, but he died in 2022. So he had written a book titled The Western Canon, and it was published in 1994. He was an American critic, and he was also a professor at Yale University in the humanities department. In this book, he has made a case for such writers like Shakespeare, Wordsworth, and other writers that we consider to be canonical and we keep questioning. The movement from within the tradition cannot be ideological or place itself in the service of any social aims, however morally admirable. So whenever we talk about the utilitarian aspect of poetry. We try to make it very moral. We try to make it sound very ethical. And we rob it of the subjectivity. We make it sound even objective. So that is what he's trying to say over here, that one breaks into the canon only by aesthetic strength, which is constituted primarily of an amalgam. Now, this aesthetic strength does not simply mean the form and style of poetry. It has the mastery of figurative language, originality, cognitive power, knowledge, exuberance of diction. The reception of aesthetic power enables us to learn how to talk to ourselves and how to endure ourselves. The true use of Shakespeare or of Cervantes or Homer or of Dante, of Chaucer or of Rabelais is to augment one's own growing inner self. Reading deeply in the canon will not make one a better or worse person, a more useful or a more harmful citizen. The mind's dialogue with itself is not primarily a social reality. Please change the slide. Next slide, please. All that the Western canon can bring one is the proper use of one's own solitude, that solitude whose final form is one's confrontation with one's own mortality. So this is the reason why I have also chosen these particular writers. I have not chosen any woman writer or a transgender writer. I have not chosen any black writer or a writer of color. And this is my reason for it. I consider these writers to be superior than the others. And I agree with the writers, with the thinkers and critics who believe that they are superior writers. I will make a case for it in my presentation as well. Next slide, please. So if we talk about the first writer, which is William Blake, we can say that he was not simply a poet, because I'm not simply studying poetry over here. He was a painter as well. So in his poetry also he painted pictures, and in his paintings he wrote with brushes. Okay, so he achieved a remarkable fusion of the twin arts, poetry and painting. In his illuminated books, he wrote volumes on songs of innocence and experience. In this volume of poetry, in this book, which consists of volumes of poetry, he published poems which dealt with his visions, with the inner visions that he had and the experiences that he shared in the form of verse, in the form of poetry. He published these collections embellished with illustrations. So this was not simply poetry like the other writers wrote. He was also including certain paintings in his poems, in his books. So these are two paintings, just two paintings out of the many paintings that he has created, he has prepared. And these paintings are also very similar to the kind of paintings that we saw in the futuristic movement or the surreal movement, the cubist movement. You see that it is very difficult to understand what's happening on the screen. So there's the whirlwind of lovers and the ancient of days. People keep trying to interpret it from the perspective of his biography, the life that he led, and the kind of relations he had with his wife and with other people. But they're not simply able to find what he was doing in these paintings for the simple reason that these were out of his visions. These were the things that he had dreamt about. So they also dealt with the religion, and he also criticized religious hypocrisy using these paintings. So his poetry transcends a purely aesthetic appreciation of nature, provoking readers to engage with its deeper metaphors. He was not simply talking about aesthetics, there was reason combined with emotion. Next slide, please. Next, we have Dante Gabriel Rossetti. So he's not a romantic writer, but I've just included him here for the simple sake of telling you that he was also a painter who wrote, and he drew beautiful paintings. He had a muse, Elizabeth Siddal, who was his beloved, and he spent a lot of time with her, and he kept painting her. So there are lots of portraits that you can find on the web by him. And he also wrote and painted her even after she died. So his paintings consist of they actually portray the complexities of love as well as bereavement. And he portrayed the breadth of human longing in the art, because initially he was with her, so he expressed that beauty, and then when he was not with her and he wanted to be back with her, he portrayed that as well in the form of art. Next slide, please. Next, we have Lewis Carroll, a very famous writer. You all know him as the writer of Alice in Wonderland. And he is primarily known for children's books. But you must be also aware that he was a mathematician as well. So he depicted children in imaginative settings infused with whimsy and humor. I'm sure you must have watched the Netflix version of Alice in Wonderland, which recently came out. I think it was 2020. It ultimately expanded the realm of literary nonsense. Literary nonsense is one kind of a genre where we have literature which is expressing something that exists, something which is possible, something which is feasible in the real world, and something which is totally out of the ordinary. It is so extraordinary that it actually terrorizes you or amuses you, you start laughing, or you just find it horrific and unrealistic. So he used to combine these two things together. And that is what we see in Alice in Wonderland. You know, towards the end, you see that the queen falls as a pack of cards. So exploration culminated in a seminal work, Alice in Wonderland, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, a testament to his boundless imagination and creative prowess. Even the words, the language that he uses are very creative. Next slide, please. Coming back to the writer whom I'm working on in this paper, whom I have worked on in this paper, William Wordsworth. So William Wordsworth was not a painter really. He was a painter in the sense that he was a poetic painter. He wrote poetry. You must be aware of lots of poems by him. But I particularly like these two for the huge use of imagery in these two. I wandered lonely as a cloud, proud a host of golden daffodils beside the lake, beneath the trees. You see the wind is blowing, the wind is touching you, the daffodils are dancing in the wind. All of these are images and they paint a very vivid picture. Even though you might not have seen daffodils ever, you're able to imagine them exactly as he wants you to see them. So he paints a vivid picture of a field overflowing with daffodils, yellow daffodils. And in Tintin Abbey, he expresses emotions in using these phrases like, and the deep power of joy which dwells in place of solitude. He creates a sense of profound peace and tranquility through words. So these poetic painters of Romantic era, they also ensured that they used emotion as a great instrument, as a medium for writing poetry. So they were not painting with brushes and acrylic paints or oil paints. They were using emotion and imagination. Next slide, please. This pain report also we have not considered primarily for this paper, but he was a close friend of Wordsworth, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He has written a beautiful poem called Kubla Khan, which you must have read in school probably. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure domed decree, where Alp, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers were gilded round, and there were gardens bright with sinuous rills, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree. And here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. You're not there, but you can imagine the place. And this place does not exist. There is no place called Xanadu. Still, you're able to imagine it. You want to be there. So there is a sense of longing. You have a sense of yearning for that place. There's a word, I think it is a Japanese word, I'm forgetting. It is called hirayat. So hirayat is a kind of a longing for a place you have never been to. It is a longing for, it is a homesickness for a home you have never been to. So I feel this homesickness whenever I read Kubla Khan by Coleridge, and I hope you do too. A similar poem is The Rime of Ancient Marina. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out, at one stride comes the dark. So all of these images, they talk deeply to you, they talk at a very profound level to you, and they are philosophical as well. Next slide, please. More on that in the coming slides. John Keats, a very favorite writer. Recently, we celebrated his death anniversary, a very sensitive poet. He wrote Ode to a Nightingale, Ode on a Grecian Urn, and many, many other poems. You must have read A Thing of Beauty is a Joy Forever when you were a kid. So these poems also have beautiful phrases like soft dying day now melts away into the yellowing air, more happy, love forever warm with young spirit. Normally we're not supposed or we're not allowed or permitted to use the word beautiful to describe poetry and art and literature. But I'm saying beautiful in every slide. Do you see that? And I'm doing it with caution. The simple reason is that we are celebrating romantic poetry right now, and romantic poets themselves celebrated beauty. So what's the problem in calling it beautiful and aesthetic, right? Next slide, please. Here is just a collage to appeal to your senses. You can see a few poems here. Can you guess which poems they are? The students who I'm teaching right now, maybe you can guess a few. Romantic age. Which one? The Grecian urn in the center, and there's an ode to a nightingale. What is the top right one? It is probably the Solitary Reaper. And Kubla Khan, stately pleasure dome, sorry. It is at the bottom, right bottom. So all of these beautiful images, they're all unrealistic. They never existed anywhere. And they're just an imagination. There was no Solitary Reaper, there was no nightingale to whom the ode was being paid. There's no stately pleasure dome in Xanadu, sorry. And there is no Grecian urn. But everything is an imagination and we're celebrating it, we're enjoying it. So why not celebrate it? Next slide, please. Now, we have talked about aesthetic philosophy or philosophy of aesthetics. And here I need to mention these two philosophers, Immanuel Kant and Edmund Burke. These two philosophers we can study in respect of romantic age and romantic poetry. Just for the sake of understanding what the romantic poets were trying to share with us, maybe to interpret them, maybe to comprehend them better, or maybe to even critique them. Because Immanuel Kant, in his critique of judgment, talked about a very interesting aspect of disinterested judgment. He talked about a judgment of taste. And there he said that every judgment that we make in terms of beauty or aesthetics, it should be disinterested in the sense that it should not give us pleasure, but it should be something that, since it is beautiful, gives us pleasure. So it is not something that is pleasurable and so we find it beautiful. It should be beautiful and so we find it to be pleasurable. That was a very confusing thing maybe for you, but if you look at it closely, it's very hard to understand this aspect. And that is why only a few things fall into this category, which are considered to be sublime, that Edmund Burke discussed. So he has given even an example of enjoying donuts. You enjoy donuts, you find them very pleasing, even if a donut does not have all the sprinkles and all the beautiful confectionery, colorful confectionery coated on it. Just is a chocolate donut, or maybe it is not even a chocolate donut. It's simply very, not good looking at all. Even then you will enjoy it because you're deriving some kind of a pleasure from it. But that is a kind of a utilitarian pleasure. You are liking it, you are finding it beautiful because it is tasty, it is delicious. That is not something beautiful. That is what Kant wanted to say. He wanted to say that something should be beautiful and then it should give you pleasure. So that kind of a thing can only be considered in terms of going to a beach or going to a hillside, appreciating nature, or even when you see a monster. So when you see a monster in a fantasy film, even then you find it beautiful. Don't you agree? When you see a monster in a fantasy film, you consider it beautiful for the simple reason that it is also giving you some kind of a terror, and that terror lends beauty to it. So next slide. Edmund Burke talked about this in a philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful. He said that beautiful might be something that gives you pleasure, but there has to be something called sublime. So the concept of sublime is the passion caused by the great and the sublime in nature, when those causes operate most powerfully, is astonishment. You see something and you get astonished. So you are so astonished that you find that beautiful, or the kind of experience that you have is actually sublime. So astonishment is that state of the soul in which all its motions are suspended with some degree of honor. Why are we discussing these aspects of disinterested taste and sublime in terms of romantic poetry? Because we are discussing the concept of beauty, and these aspects also become important, they become significant in understanding that beauty and aesthetics are not simply about things that appeal to our senses, things that look good or taste good or smell good or feel good. There are things that actually also make you feel good from within. They make you feel emotional, they bring you to tears, or maybe they even horrify you, or they make you feel angry, they make you furious. Next slide, please. This is where I close. The conclusion of my paper is that considering the figurative and creative use of language, the emphasis on aesthetics, and the profound capability of words to evoke emotions and garner appreciation for beauty, the paper recognizes the work of Romantic poets as pieces of art with significant merit. Since poetry transcends mere communication and enters the realm of aesthetic expression, it serves as a medium to create a powerful and lively experience for readers, similar to other forms of fine art. So we can consider poetry as a fine art. We had this hypothesis in the beginning of the paper that can we consider poetry as a fine art? Do we consider it as a fine art? So this question has been answered towards the end. The hypothesis has been proven true. The symbiotic relationship between art and literature is such that each form nourishes and complements the other. This is something that I found very interesting, and I just thought about it yesterday, that art and nature actually have a kind of a symbiotic relationship. Sorry, art and literature. Art enriches literature and poetry with its aesthetic and creative sensibilities, while literature provides art with a window of words to express deeper meanings and emotions that may be difficult to convey visually. So you can say that a painting is completed by words. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone who has questions for ma'am? She's open to questions. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, we have Mr. Mohit Srivastava of Birla Science Center to present a paper on Diorama Kala, Drishya Kala Shiksha का एक सार्थक माध्यम.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. मैं मोहित श्रीवास्तव बिरला साइंस सेक्टर पिलानी से अपना एक डायरामा कला के बारे में आपको एक प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहा हूँ. डायरामा के बारे में शायद बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि बेसिकली डायरामा क्या है. हम लोग ललित कला में जनरली अगर बात करते हैं तो तीन कलाएं होती हैं. विजुअल आर्ट की अगर बात करते हैं तो तीन कलाएं उसमें होती है. एक पेंटिंग मतलब चित्रकला, मूर्ति कला और तीसरा आपका एनीवन. बताइए कोई और. यहाँ पे सारे विजुअल आर्ट के लोग हैं. अप्लाइड आर्ट, विजुअल व्यावसायिक कला जिसको. इन तीनों कलाओं को जब हम मिला देते हैं तो एक नई कला का जन्म होता है. दैट इज नॉट डायरामा. डायरामा कला बेसिकली एक जिसमें एक हम मॉडल बनाते हैं. एक 3D आयामी दृश्य मॉडल का चित्र होता है जिसमें कोई भी प्राकृतिक दृश्य, ऐतिहासिक घटनाक्रम या कोई प्रिंसिपल ऑफ साइंस के जो फंडामेंटल्स होते हैं, फिजिक्स के फंडामेंटल्स होते हैं, उनको एक बहुत ही विजुअली बहुत ही कलात्मक तरीके से प्रेजेंट करना और उसको बहुत ही प्रभावशाली ढंग से दिखाना. दैट इज कॉल्ड डायरामा. इसकी शुरुआत नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं, डायरोमा शब्द की उत्पत्ति 1822 में फ्रांस के प्रकार के चित्र दर्शन के टुकड़ा के रूप में हुई थी। यानी फ्रांस के एक आर्टिस्ट थे, उन्होंने इसका एक विजुअल प्रेजेंटेशन किया था। डायरोमा शब्द का जो शाब्दिक अर्थ होता है वो डी ओ रामा के, इसको अगर संधि विच्छेद करते हैं, कट करते हैं, तो डी ओ रामा शब्द का निकलता है इसमें, जो एक ग्रीक शब्द प्रोस्मोस और ओरामा से है। इसका अर्थ होता है दुनिया और दृश्य, यानी पूरी दुनिया को किसी दृश्य के माध्यम से प्रेजेंट करना, दैट इज कॉल्ड डायरोमा। डायरोमा का आविष्कार और विकास का श्रेय लुई डाइवेरे को दिया जाता है, जो एक फ्रांसीसी कलाकार और दार्शनिक और भौतिक वैज्ञानिक भी थे। उन्होंने पहली बार 1822 में पेरिस में एक प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था, जो डेरोमा रिजेंट पार्क में प्रदर्शित किया गया, इसीलिए इसका नाम भी डायरोमा पड़ गया। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। आप लोग देख रहे होंगे सामने एक बॉक्स है जिसमें डैम का दृश्य बना हुआ है। इसमें एक बैकग्राउंड होगा और एक फोरग्राउंड है, और दोनों को मिला के जो विजुअल क्रिएट हो रहा है वही इसकी ब्यूटी है। मूल रूप से डायरोमा को व्याख्यात करने का उद्देश्य किसी विषय या वस्तु के बारे में सीखने के प्रदर्शन हेतु बनाए गए भौतिक बक्से से, जिससे किसी घटनाक्रम का वैज्ञानिक सिद्धांत कला शिल्प के माध्यम से छात्रों को वर्णन करने या समझाने की प्रक्रिया है। डियोरामा कला का मुख्यतः प्रयोग संग्रहालयों में किया जाता है। डियोरामा चित्र अधिकांश कक्षा परिवेश छात्रों का पसंदीदा विषय है, क्योंकि वे इससे 3D दृश्य को देखकर अधिक सृजनशील और क्रिएटिव होते हैं। जो लोग अंधे होते हैं या दृष्टिबाधित होते हैं, वो इसे टच करके और इसकी कल्पना इसको देख करके कल्पना करके भी उसको जान सकते हैं। डायरोमा के प्रकार एवं वर्गीकरण। सामान्यतः डायरोमा लघु और आदम का दोनों साइज में होते हैं, मिनिएचर भी इसको बोल सकते हैं। जैसा कि पूर्व में बताया गया कि मिनिएचर स्केल मॉडल लघु रूप में समझा जाता है इसे। यह एक ऐतिहासिक या काल्पनिक दृश्य को बनाने के लिए स्केल मॉडल और भू दृश्य का उपयोग करने के लिए किया जाता है। इस तरह के स्केल मॉडल आधारित डायरोमा का उपयोग शिकागो के विज्ञान और उद्योग संग्रहालय में रेल रोड के माध्यम से किया गया था। यह डियोरामा 1:87 एचओ स्केल पर आधारित है। भारत में पिनानी राजस्थान में बिरला साइंस सेंटर में रेल रोड का एक एचओ स्केल मॉडल है, जो बहुत ही मुश्किल डायरोमा का एक एग्जाम्पल है। डायरोमा मॉडल को कई विषयों में वर्गीकृत किया जा सकता है, जैसे आर्किटेक्चर मॉडल, गेम मॉडल, प्राकृतिक दृश्य मॉडल, विज्ञान मॉडल, संग्रहालय मॉडल इत्यादि। इन सभी विषयों में डायरोमा का उपयोग कर चयनित विषयों की कल्पनाशीलता को प्रत्यक्ष देकर प्रदर्शित कर सकते हैं। बैकग्राउंड में आप देख रहे होंगे कि एक स्मॉल सिटी का एक दृश्य है, जिसमें कि एक मॉल भी बना हुआ है, फ्लाईओवर है, सड़क है, छोटे छोटे बसेस, गाड़ियां चल रही हैं। ये बेसिकली एक पूरा का पूरा एक मिनिएचर मॉडल है एचओ स्केल। इसका अभी डिटेल आपको आगे दिखाएंगे। नेक्स्ट पेज। अब हम बात करते हैं कि डायरोमा बनाते कैसे, व्हाट इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ मेकिंग डायरोमा। सबसे पहले हम डायरोमा के लिए एक स्केच चित्र बनाते हैं। मानव विकास क्रम के संबंध में बनने वाले डायरोमा कला की परिकल्पना कर उसे पेपर पर स्केच करते हैं, जिसमें चित्रकार मॉडल के परिदृश्य एक फ्रेम के अंदर इलस्ट्रेट करता है और उस स्केच में पूरा बैकग्राउंड और फोरग्राउंड को उसका काल्पनिक रूप इलस्ट्रेट करता है, रंग, लाइन, अनुपात, इफेक्ट, सारी चीजों को लेकर एक काल्पनिक स्केच मॉडल तैयार करता है। जब उसका स्केच तैयार करता है तो उसको इस वक्त ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि हम जो कुछ दिखाने जा रहे हैं उसका बैकग्राउंड क्या होगा, लाइट कहाँ से पड़ेगी, किस तरीके के मॉडल की साइज होगी, क्या क्या एलिमेंट उसमें डालेंगे, इन सारी चीजों को लेकर के इलस्ट्रेशन तैयार करता है। इसके बाद वो एक फ्रेमवर्क और कैबिनेट तैयार करता है, क्योंकि ये सारे दृश्य को उसे एक कैबिनेट के अंदर फिट करना होगा, क्योंकि उस कैबिनेट को ही बेसिकली डायरोमा फ्रेम कहते हैं। उसमें एक बक्सा होता है जो 3 तरफ से बंद होता है और फ्रंट साइड से खुला होता है। इसमें आगे ग्लास लगा होता है। इसके लिए बहुत सारी सामग्री लगती है। जब आप एक बॉक्स के अंदर कोई दृश्य क्रिएट करते हैं तो उसके लिए बोर्ड, कील, फेविकॉल, पेन, पॉलिश एक्सेट्रा बहुत सी ऐसी चीजों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं जो कि इस दृश्य को क्रिएट करने में हेल्प करते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। बैकग्राउंड तैयार करना। किसी भी डिजाइन का जो भी डायग्रामा बना रहे हैं उसके लिए बैकग्राउंड तैयार करने के लिए कलाकार सर्वप्रथम काल्पनिक दृश्य से मिलता जुलता कोई एक दृश्य जो उसकी कल्पना में है उसको कहीं जाकर के वो शूट कर लेता है, किसी मैदान में या कोई भी प्राकृतिक जगह पे, जैसा वो दिमाग में उसके चल रहा है कि हमें इस तरह का दृश्य बनाना है। तत्पश्चात उस संग्रहालय में आकर उस फूल बनाए हुए कैबिनेट में यथासंभव उचित बैकग्राउंड, अगर उसने सपोज कोई फील्ड का कोई सीन बनाया है, कोई लैंडस्केप बनाया है, तो उसको वो कंप्यूटराइज या ब्रश द्वारा पेंटेड कर लेता है और इस पूरे दृश्य को एक घुमावदार प्लाई पे वो क्रिएट करता है ताकि वो उसका एंड न दिखे, वो इल्यूजन क्रिएट करता है उससे। नाउ फोरग्राउंड का निर्माण करना। जब वो बैकग्राउंड तैयार कर लेता है उसके बाद वो फोरग्राउंड तैयार करता है, यानी उसके आगे जो पीछे जो भी लैंडस्केप की चित्र या स्काई या पेड़ पौधे बने हैं उनको रिलीफ वर्क करके आगे प्लास्टर और जाली पीओपी इत्यादि को यूज करके पहाड़ चट्टान क्रिएट करता है, घास वगैरह लगा करके उसका एक 3D इफेक्ट क्रिएट, फिर दोनों का वो मर्ज करके एक विजुअल क्रिएट होता है जो कि आपको पूरा लाइव दृश्य दिखाने का एक आभास कराता है। एक सफल डायरोमा के लिए अग्रभूमि और पृष्ठभूमि का विलय बहुत ही खूबसूरत और नाटकीय तरीके से करना चाहिए, जिससे दृश्य का प्रभाव यथार्थ रूप से प्रकट हो। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं इस पिक्चर में बैकग्राउंड में जो केव बनी हुई है वो पेंटेड है, आपको दिख रहा होगा कि पीछे स्काई है, छाए है, एक आदि मानव ह्यूमन इवोल्यूशन का ये एक डायरोमा है, जिसमें बैकग्राउंड में पूरा एक स्काई और पहाड़ों का दृश्य है और फोरग्राउंड में लाइव पेड़ पौधे ये सब लगे हुए, पत्थर वगैरह लाइव लगे हुए, पर इन दोनों का जो मर्जिंग है वो आपको एक इल्यूजन क्रिएट करता है कि इस तरह का कोई लाइव सीन वहां पे 3D इफेक्ट में दिखता है। अग्रभूमि और पृष्ठभूमि यानी बैकग्राउंड प्रभाव तैयार करने के बाद मानव विकास की जो डायरोमा का मुख्य विषय है उससे संरचना की परिकल्पना की जाती है। इसके लिए प्लास्टर, रबर, रेसिन इत्यादि का मूल ढांचा बनाया जाता है। मूर्तिकार पृष्ठभूमि के अनुपात और माप के अनुसार एक मानव, पशु, पक्षी आदि की स्ट्रक्चर तैयार करता है, जिसके लिए कागज के गत्ते, मूर्ति, टोपी इत्यादि कोई भी विषय को लेकर के उसके साथ गठन कर सकता है। इसमें हमारी मूर्ति कला का पूरा यूज होता है। आपने देखा होगा कि इसमें चित्रकला जो पेंटिंग है उसका यूज भी है, मूर्ति कला का भी यूज है और व्यवसायिक कला का भी यूज है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अब हमारा डायरोमा तैयार हो गया है और इसके बाद हमें इसमें लाइट का इफेक्ट देना होगा। लाइट का इफेक्ट देते वक्त हमें ये ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि जितनी भी लाइट इसमें पड़ रही है उस सारी जगह हर एक चीज को डिस्टिंग्विश करें। अगर जैसे इसमें देख रहे हैं कि कई सारे मानव बने हुए हैं, तो फोरग्राउंड और बैकग्राउंड का बाइफरकेशन होना चाहिए, उसी हिसाब से इसका लाइट अरेंजमेंट करना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ये हमारे द्वारा बनाया गया एक डायग्रामा है जो कि बिरला साइंस सेंटर पिलानी में एग्जिबिट है। इसमें आप लाइव डेमो पूरा देख सकते हैं कि एक्चुअल स्केल में मॉडल कैसे तैयार किया जाता है। प्लीज इसको प्ले करिए। जो कुछ भी आप देख रहे हैं, दिस इज नॉट रियल, दिस इज अ मॉडल, दिस इज एक्चुअल स्केल मॉडल जिसमें 3D प्रिंटर का भी यूज हुआ है। टेक्नोलॉजी के जैसा कि अभी सर ने पहले लेक्चर में बताया था कि टेक्नोलॉजी कितनी आगे आ चुकी है आर्ट में, उसका पूरा यूज है इसमें। तो आप देखें कि इसमें 3D प्रिंटर का यूज हुआ है, पीओपी मूर्तिकला की जो चीजें होती हैं वो भी इसमें इस्तेमाल हुआ है। स्केल और जो लिटिल मैटर देख रहे हैं आप, जहाँ भी आपको लिखी हुई चीजें दिख रही हैं, यहाँ पे अप्लाइड आर्ट का पूरा यूज है, उसी स्केल में वो चीज बनी है, जिसकी वजह से ये पूरा एक आपको लाइव सिटी का माहौल क्रिएट कर रहा है। बट दिस इज नॉट ए एक्चुअल प्लेस, दिस इज एक एक्चुअल स्केल मॉडल। आप गौर से देखेंगे तो ये पूरा का पूरा एक, यहाँ पे रेजिन का इस्तेमाल किया गया है। जो आप सी का कलर देख रहे थे उसमें रेजिन लगा हुआ है। जो आप बैकग्राउंड में इसके पेड़ देख रहे हैं, ये सिंपल ग्रास को ड्राई करके उसके ऊपर कलर लगाया गया है। ये पूरा वर्किंग डायग्रामा है जिसमें साइंस और आर्ट दोनों दोनों चीज का इस्तेमाल किया गया है। जैसा कि सर ने अभी पिछले साइड पे बताया था कि साइंस का यूज बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है आज के टाइम में आर्ट में, उसका एक जीता जागता ये एग्जाम्पल है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। पूरी सारी चीजों को देखने के बाद ये हम ये कह सकते हैं कि डायग्रामा डिस्प्ले एक बहुत ही प्रभावशाली माध्यम है किसी भी छात्रों को समझाने के लिए, कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए, क्योंकि आप जो भी थ्योरी में पढ़ते हैं, आर्टिस्ट जो भी बनाता है उसमें बड़ा फर्क होता है। थ्योरी हमारी ब्रेन से वॉश आउट हो जाती है, लेकिन अगर हम विजुअली उस चीज को कम्युनिकेट करते हैं तो वो लाइफ लॉन्ग हमारे जहन में रहती है। तो आज के टाइम में डायग्रामा डिस्प्ले का धीरे धीरे अब तो ऑप्टिक हो रहा है, अभी कुछ ही जगहों पे केवल रह गया है। देहरादून में एफआरआई में रह गया, फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूट में डायग्रामा है, हैदराबाद में एक जगह है और पिलानी में है। तो ये कला धीरे धीरे ऑब्सोलीट हो रही है, लेकिन आने वाले टाइम में अगर आप इसको इस्तेमाल करके एक खूबसूरत पूरे के पूरे अपने अपने सब्जेक्ट को डिपिक्ट करते हैं, तो आई थिंक दिस इज द बेस्ट वे टू एजुकेट द स्टूडेंट अबाउट द सब्जेक्ट। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir, for presenting such an interesting paper. I really listened it very carefully. And also, we are working on the same project. So, let's proceed to the next paper presentation from Mr. Abhishek Pandey from Mansarovar Global University, Madhya Pradesh. Is he present here? No. So, we are done with the paper presenters today. Now, proceeding with the next session of our conference, I will be privileged to call D.S. Kapoor sir on the stage to present some of his artworks he will be presenting, and let's know more about the art and its beyond. Please give a huge round of applause for him.
We are privileged to study his works.
Hello. Actually, I am a light artist. So I switched to computer in the 1995 when the Caldera and the Photoshop software came. So I was the first person in India who did digital artwork. So these are my some of the creation on I did digitally. So you can see that topic is already written on the bottom, and these are my creation. I mean, digitally created on. I tell you, once I participated in the Lalkal Academy and sent one of my digital painting, and the authority said, no, you cannot participate because this came from the machine. So I said, there was a brain working behind the machine. So then my work was selected and I got the Lalkal Award in my digital art. So this is one of my work. Next. This is based on Gurbani, Gagan Mein Thal. This is kind of a poetry by Guru Nanak. It's all done digitally. Next. This was the first work I did it. This is on Sanji, I mean, near Dussehra, the ladies do work on the houses and all that, called Sanji, folk art. As you can see with all technology and all that, how the brain is working. The brain is like a machine. There was a song by Jagjit Singh. This is one of the ghazal by Jagjit Singh. So I try to create that. Over hard disk, the motherboard. I mean, this I try to show the motherboard how it's work. And nature is also like motherboard. Yeah. Next. This is also my digital work. Countryside. This is a combination of my work and photographs and my paintings and all that. How the time move, I mean, Earth is moving like a toy around the sun. Yeah, so I try to have one question: does God exist? This was done on the day Holi.
हाँ
The family.
हाँ कितना सुंदर कलर है देखो
Inspiration.
ये तीनों तो स्काई स्काई लग रहा है सब
moving.
ये ग्रे टोन में आ गया पिस्ता सिल्वर में ये पेंसिल शेड आ
Might have
गई
seen that.
स्काई ब्लू में और
Astrologer.
शेड ना पूरा ये वाला लो ऑरेंज वाला ठीक वो इसके अंदर है ना बैकग्राउंड वाला ये कलर ले इसी में
Migration, Mars migration going on.
हाँ पूरा पीच नहीं थोड़ा
वो है ना कहानी हाथी निकल जाता है कुत्ते भौंकते रहते हैं so you people keep on working
डिस्प्ले कर
don't worry about This is the nature I try to show. You can see nature everywhere in nature.
इसको अगर तुम्हें ये ब्रशिंग मैंने ये तो मर्जी का लगी तो अगर चाहो तो प्लांट एक दिन की इसकी रेगुलर प्लांट करने में दे सकते लेकिन किसी का तो
Done during COVID time. This is the poster I got a Dalkala award. This is my painting. I've done digitally. I did stone carving on computer. This is not, I mean, for this is stone carving I done on computer. Both the paintings. This was my latest work. Series. Yeah, this series of work. हम फ्रेमों में फंसे हुए हैं. I got international award on this painting. The series on art and science. Art and science. So I tried to paint my mother on the Mother Day. And my father, struggling time. I've done digitally. So my poster got an award. Again, during Russian for identity. I got an award in this poster. That your light leave behind you. I got a national award. It's very simple and very. This one कहावत है मामा चलिए छामा में आप टांग भी जाओगे तो मदर आपको संभाले चुनरी जेमू like a mother और जो अदर done on Mother Day. That I wanted, why not Jai Kalakar? After Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, why not Jai Kalakar? These are the Kalakars around the world. This is all again around the Vanis. Why called woman bad? The kings are born from her. I try to, all great kings and emperors are born from the mother. Why call them bad? Next. Yes, correct. Yeah. It's very important during COVID time. I did a series for awareness and education to the masses. And I got many awards and many honors. You can see coronavirus started. Prevention is better than cure was the theme. How it spread. You can see how it tried to do visually. When the first lockdown came, some of the angels, I mean doctors and all nurses. False rumors are there, don't be panic. This one also, one of my work. So this was to do lockdown है लेकिन काम करना है अपने, not the lockdown. So big ventilation, I mean nature ventilation, also awareness. how to stay from COVID. Next. So during lockdown, we have to do a lot of creative work. This was the inspiration for the creativity, cooking, writing, gardening, whatsoever. Next. So this was again when I was outside Corona, the choice river. So like tough time for the world. And the all poster created during that time. Every day I create new poster. Yes. When the things going tough, when the team, I mean, complete globe was lockdown. These are the, for the migrated people, labor class, they have problem. They are not getting job. They are not getting money also. So we are provide them food. The sick way of life, how to serve with the humanity. Yes. Again, it was Doctor's Day. When Diwali came, so this was I designed protect each other. When the Corona came to Chandigarh, Chandigarh is a very beautiful city. I don't want, Corona spread on Chandigarh. This was my poster on Chandigarh, the open hand, symbol of Chandigarh. Chandigarh was declared red zone, all red light. Yes, I did it, the mask. You're wearing that designer mask, matching with each other. Lockdown open and the hungry people to be also when there was a race for making the vaccines, all countries are working on that. The doctor they for the Independence Day and the Corona time was going on. Migration going on to the labor class. How it spread from like through the apple. This I have felt the whole of myself. I've seen two children wearing the mask. Was the rickshaw woman. It is I got the word also, you may be loyal, but the mask is still necessary. So like tough time going on at the time. So it's very tough time in 2021. जब कोरोना चला गया I got freedom from corona. I got an award in this poster. It's like game I designed, coronavirus, like Snake and Lighter. I mean, this was very much famous, popular, how to say, from Corona by using this game. So these were my works during COVID time, and I got Karm Yogi Award from the government of Haryana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, when we are done with our paper presentation, I would like to call upon the stage Honorable Dr. Manish Arora, sir, to provide his valuable insights by summing up the paper presentation session. Please give a big round of applause to him.
थैंक यू। भरे हुए पेट के साथ आप सभी को फिर से जय सिया राम। और सबसे पहले कपूर सर को बहुत बहुत बधाई कि मैंने भी उनके कई सारे काम अभी अभी देखे हैं और मैं उनके साथ 4 साल काम किया हूं चंडीगढ़ कॉलेज ऑफ आर्ट। सर के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। सर ने ये सारे काम उस जमाने में भी किए हैं जब आप में से बहुत सारे लोग नहीं भी होंगे और जो रहे होंगे वो इस कला के फील्ड में अपनी शुरुआत कर रहे होंगे या सोच रहे होंगे, क्योंकि इनके काम 95 से 2000 के बीच में है, जब कंप्यूटर का एरा आया नहीं था या बाबा गूगल का जन्म नहीं हुआ। मैं अब बात करने जा रहा हूं आज के सेशन पे। नाम तो बहुत सारे थे लेकिन काम सिर्फ 4 लोगों का मिला है और 4 में भी 3 लोगों ने प्रेजेंट किया है। पहले तो तीनों लोगों के लिए तालियां कि उन्होंने बड़ा साहस दिखाया है और तीनों ने अपनी तरफ से सारी चीजों को एक नए डायमेंशन में ला के दिखाया है कि जिस भी फील्ड में वो हैं, जो उनकी प्योर फील्ड ना होते हुए भी कैसे आर्ट जो हमारे लाइफ में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती है, हम उसको माने या ना माने, वो कैसे उनके प्योर एजुकेशन फील्ड में जो उनका ब्रेड और बटर है उसमें भी काम कर रहा है। तो सबसे पहले डॉक्टर प्रीति माथुर जी जो यहाँ पर सीनियर प्रोफेसर हैं, मुझे लगता है कि बायोटेक्नोलॉजी इंस्टीट्यूट एमआईटी यूनिवर्सिटी में, उन्होंने ये बताया है कि जो नेचर के खूबसूरत 7 रंग हैं, वो 7 रंग नेचर में हमको कैसे दिखाई देते हैं और नेचर के हर एलिमेंट में कैसे दिखाई देते हैं। उस एलिमेंट में हम ह्यूमंस भी आते हैं, हमारे सर से लेके पैर तक जो डिफरेंट टाइप के चक्रास हैं उनमें कहाँ कौन कौन सा कलर यूज होता है, पानी में कौन सा कलर यूज होता है, मिट्टी में कौन सा कलर यूज होता है, पेड़ पौधों में कौन सा कलर यूज होता है, जमीन के नीचे जो चीजें हैं उनमें कौन सा कलर यूज होता है, जमीन के ऊपर या पानी के ऊपर की जो दुनिया है उसमें कैसे कलर्स यूज होते हैं, जानवरों में कैसे कलर्स यूज होता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो मैं उस समय दिन में कह रहा था कि हम कलाकार बहुत सारा साहस नहीं कर पाते हैं अपने काम को प्रिवेंट करने का या जागरूक करने का या गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बताने का कि कॉपीराइट क्या होता है, पेटेंट क्या होता है, क्योंकि वो एक साइंस की फील्ड से है, तो इसलिए उन्होंने 6-7 के करीब पेटेंट फाइल की है। फाइल करना ही अपने आप में जीत होती है, मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा वो अलग बात होती, क्योंकि गीता में लिखा हुआ है कि कर्म किए जा फल की इच्छा मत कर, लेकिन हम सब इतने जल्दी में है कि पहले फल की इच्छा करते हैं, कर्म बाद में देखते हैं, नहीं तो कर्म करने के लिए आजकल एआई आ चुका। मैडम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको इतने बढ़िया पेपर के लिए। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में जो असली बाजी मारी है वो डॉक्टर आयुषी गर्ग ने मारी है और उनके लिए जोरदार तालियां कि उन्होंने वो दुस्साहस करने का प्रयास किया है कि जिसको हम लोग अब कला मानना छोड़ चुके हैं। वो हमारे दिमाग की सोच है, खूबसूरत लिखावट है और बहुत बढ़िया कविता है जो हम आप किसी न किसी फॉर्म में अपने लाइफ में गुनगुनाते रहते हैं, चाहे वो गजलों के माध्यम से हो, चाहे वो फिल्मी गानों के माध्यम से हो। फिल्मी गाने ज्यादा प्रभावित करते, लेकिन उनका ओरिजिन भी कविता की तरफ से ही होता है और उन्होंने पोइट्री को इतने खूबसूरत तरीके से बताने का प्रयास किया है कि कैसे बड़े बड़े कलाकारों ने, बड़े बड़े रचनाकारों ने जब भी इस तरीके की किसी लिखावट को या अपनी बात को दुनिया को कहने के लिए एक अलग तरीके से सोचा है। तो क्रिएटिविटी कैसे, मैं भी सर्च कर रहा था तो पता चला कि ये बात सही है कि फाइन आर्ट्स के एक डोमेन में पोइट्री भी आती है, जिसको अब हम लोग लिटरेचर की तरफ ले गए, ह्यूमैनिटीज से निकाल के या फाइन आर्ट से। तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से, बहुत डीपली रिसर्च करके और बड़े फ्रूटफुल ट्रूथ के साथ बताया कि भाई जो जो हमारे बड़े बड़े कलाकार या बड़े लोग रहे हैं, उन्होंने कैसे काम किया है, और वो कैसे ये बताने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि जब कविताएं गढ़ी जाती है तो उसके पीछे हमारा जो थॉट प्रोसेस या विजुअलाइजेशन होता है, जो किसी भी आर्ट के लिए ज्यादा जरूरी होता है, वो कितना इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। तो मैम ने बहुत अच्छा पेपर दिया है। अगर मुझे नंबर देना होता तो मैं उनको नंबर 1 देने का प्रयास करता। मैडम प्रीति मैम, माफी चाहूंगा, आपका पेपर साइंटिफिकली बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन एज ए क्रिएटिव पर्सन आयुषी मैडम ने थोड़ा सा ज्यादा एफर्ट लगाया है, और जो बच्चे हैं उनसे वो किया है। लेकिन एक बात ध्यान रखनी होगी सारे बच्चों को कि सिर्फ आर्ट से काम नहीं चलता है। आर्ट, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी तीनों मिलते हैं तभी कोई आर्ट परफेक्ट होती है। आप अपने आर्ट को भी देख सकते हैं। अगर हम ये सोचते हैं कि पेंटिंग अगर एक कैनवस पे बना दी गई तो बहुत बड़ी गलतफहमी है। कैनवस एक पूरे साइंटिफिक टेक्नोलॉजी तरीके से बनाया जाता है, और जो लकड़ी का फ्रेम लगता है वो भी एक साइंटिफिक तरीके से काट के नेचर से आता है। तो जब तक तीनों नहीं मिलते हैं तब तक कुछ काम नहीं होता। और आप जिस कलर को कैनवस पे यूज करते हैं वो प्योरली साइंटिफिक मटेरियल। इसके बाद तीसरा पेपर डॉक्टर मोहित श्रीवास्तव जी ने किया। सर के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप बिट्स पिलानी राजस्थान से आए, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा ये सोच के। और इन्होंने उस आर्ट के बारे में हमारी यादें ताजा कर दी कि जब हम लोग 11th-12th में पढ़ते थे तो अपने बहुत सारे मॉडल ऐसे बनाते थे। और जो पुराने म्यूजियम्स है, जब हम उनको देखने जाते हैं तो जो चिंपैंजी है वो बिल्कुल जिंदा लगता है, अजगर बिल्कुल जिंदा लगता है। बहुत सारे ऐसे पुराने म्यूजियम अब नए म्यूजियम में बदल रहे हैं, कुछ बच्चों ने देखा होगा, कुछ के लिए वो बदलने वाली चीज है। लेकिन इस तरीके के बहुत सारे शो पीस या डिस्प्ले वो बहुत जगह यूज हो रहे हैं। और आज इसी को कैड ने अपना लिया है। कैड के कारण 3D सब कुछ होते हुए वो बहुत कुछ आ गया। बहुत अच्छे से आपने उसको बारीकी से बताया है, डिफरेंट टाइप के मटेरियल्स। और वो मुझे लगता है कि कोलैबोरेटिव आर्ट का बहुत अच्छा अप्रोच है कि जहाँ पे पेंटिंग का भी, स्कल्पचर का भी, टेक्सटाइल का भी, मटेरियल का भी, मेटलिस्टिक का भी, डिफरेंट टाइप के मीडियम का भी, आर्ट का भी, साइंस का भी, लाइट का भी, इंजीनियरिंग का, सबका उपयोग होकर एक बहुत बढ़िया डिस्प्ले किया जाता है। तो आप तीनों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और एमआईटी यूनिवर्सिटी को धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को इतने अच्छे से कराया। ये किसी भी फोरम की एक औपचारिकता नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन होता है, पेपर बहुत लोग आते हैं, बहुत लोग पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन पूरा कोरम नहीं हो पाता। इससे ये लगता है कि एक फॉर्मेलिटी हो रही है। लेकिन एक खुशी की बात यह है कि ज्यादा लोगों के ना आने से आपको आपके मन माफिक पूरा समय दिया गया। वरना मुझे जब 3 मिनट बताया गया तो घबराहट हुई, इतनी देर में तो सिर्फ टाइटल ही पढ़ा जाता है। तो मैंने कहा कि मैडम जितना पढ़ ले रहे पढ़ने दे, और इन्होंने इसकी परमिशन दी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको।
आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मनीष सर। आपकी आवाज, आप अच्छे प्रवक्ता ही नहीं हैं, उसके साथ साथ आप बहुत अच्छे वक्ता भी हैं। और जिस हिसाब से आप समा बांध के रखते हैं कि पीछे की सीट पे भी जो बच्चे बहुत ऊंघा से रहे थे वो भी उठ गए हैं, इसके लिए जोरदार ताली बनती है। हम अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंतिम चरण पे हैं, so let's proceed with the next step. So we are about to present the certificates. I would request all the paper presenters to be here in the hall. Although they are not listening to me, I would request the presenters here to, if they are knowing someone, to text. Otherwise, the text on the WhatsApp group has already been floated. Even the students who had participated, they will also be getting the certificate, and we will be finally having a group photograph along with the certificates on the stage. So I hope I can begin with, because we are running out of time. There also has to be a tea break. So this is first is we are announcing the best posters, the best 3 posters. So the okay, for the best 3 posters, I'm about to announce it, but before that, I would like to call our esteemed guests and speakers, and all the 3 speakers onto the stage: Manish sir, Lalit sir, and DS Kapoor sir. Please, along with Pooja Verma ma'am, please be on the stage for the presentation of the certificates. I would request request the faculty coordinators to call their student coordinators also. Because they also need to be in the final photograph. They have done a huge amount of work and they deserve this. Please, everyone, all the student coordinators, please call upon your student coordinators. Yeah. कर दीजिए मोड़ दीजिए ना
अरे वो इको कर
पहले किन किन को भेजना है पहले after they are required after the presentation of the certificates. Just tell them to be here. Okay, so to begin with our best posters. So the best 3 posters, the first one is Himani from Jadayu, Kushali Verma, Chanchal Pal. Himani, Jadayu, Kushi Verma and Chanchal Pal. Are these 3 here? That was the best poster. Even if you did not get it, that's not welcomed at all. That should not be welcomed at this way. You should be giving, even if I clap alone, not without the mic, I'm dead sure I will clap far more than this. Keep clapping. You will also come onto the stage. I will make sure that you deserve this applause. Okay. Next is, please be in line. Next is Mr. Rajkumar. Mr. Rajkumar. Next is Rajkumar, please be on the stage. Next, Mr. Himesh Babula Sanju. Mr. Himesh Babula Sanju. Round of applause, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. इन बारिशों की कमी से आपको खुद भी कमी महसूस होगी जब आप स्टेज पे पहुंचेंगे. आपको भी इस तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट की आदत होनी चाहिए. आप बजाएंगे किसी के लिए तो कोई आपके लिए भी ताली बजाएगा. एक बार फिर से जोरदार ताली बजाएंगे. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for honoring my word. Okay, next. I would request. Trophies or cookies for? Best for the, I'll call them again. Yes, okay. All the 3 best poster award winners, please be on the stage again. They are the students who participated. They were motivated by their faculties for the paper presentation. They have learned the nitty-gritty of research. Our students in art and fashion, they rarely come for the research work. This was the first time when most of the students have participated, and they deserve a round of applause because all of them participated and they have presented a paper. Indeed, a huge amount of appreciation for them. The faculty photograph needs to be a little later. So I request along with the dignitaries to be on the stage, the faculties to be joining after the this has been given, the certificate has been given. Thank you. Puri.
So let's proceed with the certificates to faculty presenters. I would like to call first of all the stage
Respected Shivangi Srivastava. Shivangi Srivastava. Shivangi here. Shivangi is not here. Now we'd like to call Ayushi Garg. Ayushi Garg, okay. Respected Ayushi Garg, please come on the stage and receive your certificate. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Dr. Preeti Mathur on the stage. Give a huge round of applause. Ma'am has represented such a nice research paper connecting art to the biotechnology.
Ladies and gentlemen, she is the hello. She is the presenter, Dr. Preeti Mathur from AIT, about whom Dr. Manish Arora was talking about. And we also the first presenter, Ayushi Garg was also here. The required on stage once more. A little fast, we are running out of time. And she is Ayushi Garg, about whom Dr. Manish Arora was talking about.
Now would like to call Dr. Amit Srivastava on the stage. There are such a given such a interesting research paper on diorama. I really like that. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir, for your knowledge. Now we'd like to call Mr. Ravi Kumar Adhihari on the stage. Now we'd like to call Ankit Pandey on the stage. Mr. Ankit Pandey. Next, I would like to call Mr. Ashutosh Singh on the stage. Next, I would like to call Miss Namita Srivastava. Now I would like to call Miss Lali Priya ma'am on the stage for the certification. Next, would I like to call Dr. Priya Gupta on the stage. We are really blessed to witness such a interesting research papers today. And also the inspiration for us in the future that we will also want to be presenting such papers. Now let's proceed to student certificate. I would like to hand over mic to Purvi.
First we have Himesh Babu Lal Sanju.
Next we have Rishika Sharma.
Rishika Sharma.
Rishika, are you here? Next we have Srishti Yadav.
आप Srishti Yadav, please come up a little fast.
Next we have Preeti. Please give a big round of applause. Next we have Pragati Sen. Next we have Asif Irfan Khan.
Next, Neeraj Singh.
Next we have Neeraj Singh Rawat. Next we have Anubhuti Singh and Jia Bajaj. Guys, please clap for them. Next we have Prateeksha Singh and Ravi Kumar. Next we have Nandini Dwivedi.
Those on stage cannot clap, but those sitting there can do the clap. All of the student volunteers have been doing so well. Please support them. One vote for you.
Next we have Raj Kumar.
Faster students, we are running out of time. So a little faster. I understand that it's your moment, but do support.
Himani Jadoo.
Jadam.
Palak Maheshwari.
थोड़ा सा पीछे
Palak Maheshwari.
पूर्वी थोड़ा सा पीछे हट ये तार लग रहा है ये लाइन नहीं पड़ रही है।
Next we have Brimzim Mishra. Next we have Shivanshi.
Shivanshi. Is she there?
Next we have Ruchi Yadav. Anamika Singh.
And now the two who were responsible for carrying on the entire session, and they were also the paper presented. Please bring a good round of applause for Miss Purvi Garg. Miss Purvi Garg, we have been seeing her on these stage for a very long time. And then the other one is Abhilasha Agarwal. The two of them don't know the entire nitty-gritty which they were tackling here backstage, along with the paper presentation which they were also doing for the very first time. And then we have Divya Rastogi. Divya, are you here? And he was the person responsible for the paper presentation of course, but also for with the IT team, the person was syncing everything from your screen to their screen. With this, I would request, okay. And Suyash Mishra, the other person responsible for the IT connection, Suyash. The two students were getting the entire hiccups sitting backstage when all the glitches were happening, although they are also quite new to IT, but they did it just so nicely. Please, again, a final round of applause for everyone. Events like these do not happen in a day. It requires a lot of work to be done, a lot of attention to be taken on. Okay, now I request all the faculty members along with their coordinators, student coordinators to please come on stage. Okay. I would request everyone to clear. In the meantime, we would again, in the very between session, we would request Professor Pooja Verma to felicitate our speakers with the planters and the memento. आगे बैठ जाना फैकल्टी पीछे खड़े हो जाना ठीक है मोमेंटो हो जाए उसके बाद
Icon.
Done? Is it done? Okay. Now everyone proceed to the stage. Faculty coordinators along with their student coordinators, please come on the stage. Let's make good group photograph. I will request faculty from other departments also to please.
Now for ending of the session, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Priya Gupta for a quick vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
लाइन बंद करा दी
Hello. There is one participant, Ankit Pandey, who is going to give the paper presentation here. So I request Ankit Pandey ji to come on the stage to give poster presentation.
उपस्थित मंच, अंतोगत्वा मेरा नंबर आ ही गया। अधिकार अधिकार होता है, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आधुनिक भारतीय चित्रकला में सौंदर्य एवं मूल्यबोध की अवधारणा। मैं अंकित पांडे, सांची बौद्ध भारतीय ज्ञान अध्ययन विश्वविद्यालय से शोधार्थी हूँ, भारतीय चित्रकला विभाग से। विषय जो है वो आधुनिक भारतीय चित्रकला में सौंदर्य एवं मूलभूत जो अवधारणाएं हैं इनके ऊपर है। तो हम बात करना चाहते हैं आगत चित्रकला में से संबंधित सौंदर्य एवं मूलभूत के को समझने के लिए भारतीय चित्रकला में एक ऐतिहासिक परिदृश्य रहा। ये जो शोध पत्र है इसमें मैंने एक तरीके से मुगल काल से लेकर आधुनिक समय तक के सभी बिंदुओं को मैंने रखा है, जिसमें उस समय से जो कलाकार थे और अभी तक के वर्तमान के जो कलाकार हैं उन सभी कलाकारों के जो कलाकृतियों का जो आउटपुट रोल रहा है उन सभी विषयों को मैंने इसमें संजोया है। इस शोध कार्य करने का मुख्य उद्देश्य ये है कि हम किसी भी विषय को सामान्यतः हम किस तरीके से समझ लें। आधुनिक कला को अगर हमें समझना हो तो हम उसको किस तरीके से समझ सके। इसमें इसी प्रकार से हमने सभी चीजों को बिंदुगत मैंने इसमें लिखा हुआ है। इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि अंतोगत्वा हमें प्रस्तुत करने के लिए दिया गया और हमें अपने विषय को पढ़ने के लिए दिया गया। धन्यवाद सर, मनीष सर, धन्यवाद।
Good evening, esteemed guests, dignitaries. There is one more participant, offline participant, Ravi Kumar Agrahari from Kheragarh, and he wants to present. He is going to present the paper. So I am inviting Ravi Kumar on the stage.
थैंक यू। मेरा नाम रवि कुमार ग्रहरी है और मैं इंदिरा कला संगीत विश्वविद्यालय खैरागढ़ से बी नागदास के सर के अंडर में छापा कला में पीएचडी कर रहा हूँ। और मेरा टॉपिक है आज का उत्तर प्रदेश की कला लखनऊ के संदर्भ में। मैंने इसमें जो भी बताया हुआ लखनऊ से रिलेटेड चीज़ों को लिया है। कला एवं शिल्प महाविद्यालय, राजनयिक कला अकेडमी, क्षेत्रीय केंद्रित कला अकेडमी और आपकी नगर निगम गैलरी थी, यहाँ पे टैगोर गैलरी थी और कला शोध गैलरी और जितने सारी चीज़ें चल रही हैं उनके बारे में संक्षेप में विवरण किया हुआ है। और जो यहाँ के बड़े बड़े कला एवं शिल्प महाविद्यालय के कलाकार रहे हो, चाहे पवार सर हैं, आर्य सर हैं, जेके सटवाल सर हैं, उनका विवरण दिया हुआ है कि हमें कला में और क्या करना चाहिए, किस तरीके से उनके कार्यों को देखकर हमको सीखना चाहिए और अपने कार्य को और अच्छा बनाना चाहिए। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Good evening. I am Dr. Priya Gupta. I am from MIT School of Fine Arts and coordinator of this event of international conference. And my this topic was the title of this international conference was given by me, Art and Beyond Innovation, Collaborations and Dialogues. So
At the, as we come to the close of the enlightening and inspiring at the International Conference on Art and Beyond, Innovations, Collaboration and Dialogue, it is my honor and privilege to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success of this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of the program. Firstly, I would like to thank our esteemed dignitaries for gracing this occasion with their presence and for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives. Your contributions have enriched our understanding and inspired us to explore new horizons in the field of art. Your presence has added immense value to our discussions and has set the tone for the rest of the conference. We are also grateful to our keynote speaker, Dr. Manish Arora, for his enlightening address and for setting the tone of conference. Furthermore, I extend my thanks to Professor D.S. Kapoor, Professor Lalit Das, and Professor John Teacher for sharing their expertise and insights. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to all our speakers, panelists for their thought-provoking presentations and discussions. Your contributions have added depth and richness to our understanding of the theme. To the organizing committee, student volunteers, staff, and thank you for hard work, dedication, and attention to detail in planning and execution of this conference. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed and have contributed significantly to its success. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the participants for their active engagement, insightful questions, and lively discussions. Your enthusiasm and passion for the arts have made this conference a truly memorable experience. As we look forward to the rest of the conference, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and dialogue that characterized today's discussion. Together, we continue to explore new frontier in art and beyond. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed in any way to make this event a memorable and enriching experience. Thank you for all your participation and support. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you so much. One more announcement I had to make. Offline participants will get a hard copy of e-certificate, and online participants will get an e-certificate through mail. Thank you so much.
With this, okay, I request everyone for the tea at the back of the audience to the registered participants. And
I, Abhilasha Agrawal, student of Amity School of Fine Arts.
I am Purvi Garg of Amity School of Fashion Technology. And I, Lali Priya, Assistant Professor, Amity School of Fashion Technology, signing off till we meet again. Thank you. Thank you.